and it's gone. Hesitate and your history.
Gotta move.
Oh, she lost. Unbelievable.
This is women's speed chess.
Oh my goodness!
It's a collision of elite minds, a global showcase of brilliance under pressure.
Wow. Beautiful checkmate there from Vaishali.
Their precision, razor sharp. The attacks, blistering. The tactics, bold. And their tempo, lightning fast.
94 and mate. Ooh, make sure you do your tactics at home, boys and girls. That is for you win the queen. That's it. That's a match.
Wenjun is the champion.
The 2025 Women's Speed Chess Championship starts now.
Hello and welcome, and we are back with the Women's Speed Chess Championship, and we're gonna have a blockbuster of a day because we're gonna settle the final two matches in the round of 16. I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I'm so pleased to have alongside me one of the sharpest minds in the chess world. He's also a fantastic player, three-time British champion. It is, of course, Grandmaster David Howell. Now, David, you were here for the first two round of 16. Now you're back for the final two. How are you feeling?
I've missed you. What can I say, Ivanka? I've been watching some of the action. It was great to see you alongside Mike, alongside Jennifer. But yeah, I couldn't get enough. So here I am and ready to round off the round of 16 with two really close matches. I'm going to say really exciting ones on paper. I'm sure we're in for some really, really dramatic finishes today.
Yeah, I completely agree because we have some mouth-watering matchups ready in line for you. We'll begin with this one between Tingjie and Divya Deshmukh. We go over to the right side of the screen and we zoom in on this one. And whoever wins this particular match will be facing the might of former Women's World Champion Hou Yifan. Tingjie against Divya Deshmukh. David, to me, this one feels too close to call.
Exactly. It's so tough. I was looking at some games beforehand. Just both players so fantastically talented. I'm going to say Tingjie maybe slightly more consistent. She's been there. She's had the experience for years and years. She's fought it out in World Championship matches. Divya, though, everyone's been seeing her successes, her progress in recent times, the World Cup victory. I mean, all the memes, all the emotion she showed. She just seems to be riding this crest of a wave, Ivanka. It's hard to bet against her, but yeah, I don't think there's a favorite. I think it's that simple. How about yourself? What do you think we're in for? What are we going to see today?
Yeah, I also expect a lot of fireworks. I mean, both of these players have really dynamic styles. You know, we've seen Tingjie come out swinging right from the front foot. And we also see Divya, as you mentioned, World Cup winner. She's now a Grandmaster, well, GM-elect, but in my mind, she's a Grandmaster. She just needs the paperwork, the signatures on the forms, and that's it. She's there. But I think if anyone, I agree with you that I do think Tingjie might pip it. But okay, let's take a look at the time control because, moving on to this one, we're going to look forward to some intense rounds of chess. First up is 45 minutes of 5+1. This one's kind of the most similar to classical. Then, of course, time gets slashed, 30 minutes of 3+1. And then finally, bullet ends the day. Now, we've seen some pretty epic matches where everything has hinged on the bullet. Do you think that this match will be decided in those final few games?
It's definitely possible. We've seen curious instances already in the round of 16 of often one side dominating the 5+1, then the other side dominating the 3+1, somehow cancelling each other out or being quite close. And the bullet, it all comes down to that. But in general, you have time in each portion for around 4 or 5 games, depending on how quickly either side plays, how long the games go. And the bullet, if they do get the chance to play 5 games, anything can happen. Of course, it's a streaky portion. It suits the quicker player on the mouse, the sharper player on the day. It's not too late where both of these two players are, so I'm hoping they're still full of energy. But they look ready to go, Ivanka.
They do look ready to rumble, and I really like the background in Lei Tingjie. Some chess memorabilia, chess set, and there. Okay, we have kickoff, and the games have begun. Lei Tingjie with the white pieces, and Divya, she's already challenging in the center.
Yeah, it's the Tarash. And yeah, it's been a while since I've seen this variation with the pawn coming to d4, quick knight for bishop trade, black queen giving a check, regaining the piece. And yeah, this Tarash defense isn't necessarily the most ambitious, I'm going to say, from Divya, but the idea is just to equalize. It's going to be a very symmetrical pawn structure. White has the bishop pair, though. Some small fireworks, but still well-known theory, Jovanka. And Divya showing that she's not scared to go down these main lines.
Yeah, this was interesting actually because I'm pretty sure, and I'm never 100% certain, that this particular opening with the black pieces was tried by Lei Tingjie in her match against Wenjun back in 2023. And Wenjun didn't get a thing with the white pieces. So it's interesting that Divya is using Lei's own weapon against her.
Yeah, psychology, mind games. It's very possible. I mean, this line, it tends to be debated only by very, very strong players, because why else would you play a system with black where you're just pretty much only trying to equalize? And with white, you're not risking too much, so you only kind of go into this with white yourself if you're also playing someone very strong. And here we see a queen trade offer. I quite like it. I'm just very biased towards endgames, but I don't think that was the most kind of direct theoretical move. I think white's supposed to castle, just gambit the b2 pawn, and go for some kind of initiative. But here we stand. Yeah, Jovanka, like Lei Tingjie, I think she's quite a good front runner, so she's very good at kind of shutting things down if she gets into the lead. I think Divya, maybe it's more important for her to get the fast start.
Yeah, I definitely very important. I mean, we actually have seen in some matches where someone just takes a massive lead in the 5+1 section, and then the other person just does not, cannot recover. And even when they've been superior in the bullets. So I'm just thinking about June. She was so impressive in that 5+1, 3+1 portion. She was just able to get this insurmountable 4-point lead. And here, well, Divya definitely has to begin at least with holding this position. Now, I'm really kind of curious about this and how are the knights going to get mobilized? Because I'm just thinking, I've sat next to you so many times, David, and you've influenced me so much. This is just bishop power, right? The bishop is bearing down on f7. The other one has a target on a7. The position is open. So everything in theory says that white is better.
Jovanka, you've wasted most of the last few years sitting next to me. I'm so sorry. I've corrupted you into into analyzing too many of these types of end games. Either way, I was going to say, like, to neutralize the bishops, I probably would have tried to put a bishop on e6, maybe start with rook e8, and then put the bishop on e6 to challenge this light squared piece. It's a bit surprising, bishop g4. I don't think you ever really threatened to take this knight, because two bishops become extra strong if there's nothing to challenge them. So I'm expecting white to just castle here. And just say, take me. But no, she moves the knight out the way. White's a bit behind in development, though, so she's allowing capture and then a check on e8. I guess she'll drop back and block with her bishop.
Yeah, she's kind of relying on some pure calculation that the bishop, once it gets kicked back to e3, will not be able to be attacked. And then she can get out of the way and castle. And I kind of like this actually, because I remember there's an old, I think this concept originates from Central South America, where, two of a kind is better than one of a kind. And then there's even an argument that two knights is better than a bishop and a knight, just because they're able to kind of control both squares of the board.
Wow. So poker bleeding into chess there. Two of a kind is always better. Three of a kind's even better. But I guess in chess, other than pawns, you don't really get that opportunity. But will it be full house here for either side? I like bishop e6. Like, I think this might be the equalizer. Now, once one of the bishop gets traded or knight d5 lands to get the bishop on e3, it feels like she's fully equalized Divya.
Yeah, I completely agree. Unless you can go bishop a4 and go on the counter and try to get some tempo that way.
Yeah. Rook c7, unfortunately, is always met by like some exchanges, then knight d5, and black cashes in. Would you take on e6, or would you allow the pawns to be doubled on b3? This is like deep endgame
No,
philosophy.
I wanted to attack the rook. I've been inspired by the new
This one.
generation. Yeah, bishop a4, and then I get out of harm that way. And I'm hoping that I'm going to have enough time to preserve one of my bishops by going a3, or maybe the rook will have moved from the e line.
Yeah, I must admit that wasn't even on my radar. I don't know why. Like, yeah, bishop a4 was very interesting there. Maybe she just thought it would be met by bishop d7 and the chase would have continued off the light squared bishops, but still maybe worth a try. But okay, she's taken and castled. So on paper, the bishop should be slightly better than the knight if all the rooks come off the board, but here, knight d5, I'm expecting, doesn't feel like the black knight's too bad.
Yeah. And one of the things, again, that I've learned from my commentary years is actually that a bishop is really good when it's anchored by a pawn. And I love knight to d5 because it's like, hey, move away. Don't, be on a safe square. Oh, and we see, I wasn't expecting this. To me, Lei Tingjie is saying, okay, this hasn't been an opening success. I'm just happy with everything being equal, and let's perhaps move on to the next. Or am I being too simplistic? Is because I can see your arrows and you're indicating there's some danger for black.
Yeah, just because I'm a boring old man, I would play rook e7 and just shut down any rook infiltrations on the 7th rank. Divya's more ambitious, maybe she might consider taking this pawn, but as you said, like, it does look a bit scary. The rook's landing on the 7th. I don't think black's gaining anything by allowing that to happen. So the only way to really stop them coming in is rook e7. Black has no weaknesses, then you just play like g6. I would actually prefer to be black in that position. There we go. Like g6, rook ae8. Lei Tingjie's got to knuckle down and defend this. Probably she just puts a rook on, yeah, there we go. King on f2, rook on d3, and says, will you like a draw? Please, please. But okay, great success for Divya.
Yeah. And do you think that this opening is perhaps going to cause Lei Tingjie to perhaps switch up to an e4, or maybe something else to avoid these kind of mass simplifications straight out of the opening?
Yeah, it's very possible. She played some e4, I remember, against Zhu Wenjun in that World Championship match you mentioned. I remember some Karo Khans and some other openings, but yeah, d4. It's a pity, like, after one game to have to move away from your main weapon. Like, I always think, in these long matches, you can play d4 2 or 3 times. If it goes badly every time, then you switch. But yeah, I guess we'll see, because this should be a draw. Although I'm really like curious why Divya put her king on h7 rather than playing like g6 and king g7. This looks odd off on the side there.
Yeah. I guess it's just kind of instinct, right? Because in the middle game, you do that. You go king h7, and somehow or other, it's difficult to break those patterns. But yeah, now we're seeing that the rook come down, and yeah, I like this king to g6, but there's still some checks to be had. Rook d6, and fun-ish.
Yeah. Yeah, she trades off rooks first. I thought rook d6 as well. Just force black to play like f6 first, and then decide maybe white starts pushing g4, h4. But yeah, this should really be a draw, barring any craziness. I guess we'll see some time scrambles for the first time in this
Yeah.
match. Be interesting. It'd be fun.
Okay, David, I'm gonna put you on the spot because I've actually never played a match like this before. Well, actually, I have. I lie. I just forgot because I lost it. But anyway, what was your approach going into such a match? I'm sorry, I'm like laughing at my own jokes.
I mean, it's not even a joke, Ivanko. Like, you're right. Like, all chess players, we forget the lows, we block them out. Self-preservation. We remember the highs. Yeah, I mean, I haven't had too many of these matches. I played some like long, like best of 12s against Vidit, best of 12 against like Van Forest, Navarra, and a few others. I've played, yeah, over the board some long blitz and rapid matches as well. But I don't know. I try to have a few different openings prepared, must-win situations, certain openings, like tricky openings if things are going badly, solid openings if I just need a draw. I try and play a bit beforehand. Like if I know I'm playing 3+1, I'll try and play that with a training partner, 1+1 with the training partner. But it is really hard, like replicating the heat of the moment with the stress levels, like especially the ups and downs that naturally occur during a match. That's the hardest part, I think. The psychology. That's the part I've always struggled with. But I don't know. Divya is so mentally strong. Lei Tingjie just looks undisturbed all the time. I don't know.
Totally.
It's always hard to tell what's exactly going to happen. You can never predict. Meanwhile, White's rook is either very strong, I'm going to say, or almost trapped.
It looks very strong, right? It's keeping the rook on f7 honest, and yeah, I like this move, b5. And now the rook is totally trapped.
Zigzag? Nearly zigzag. White has to play either e4 or king back. There we go, e4.
How strange this almost becomes a king and pawn endgame, right? Oh, actually, now this looks a little bit okay. Maybe the players are going to repeat, but now this is interesting because Divya is able to just try to perform some zugzwang magic.
Yeah, it's hard because black can always give a check and start eating some pawns with her king, but it comes with some risk because b7 drops. I think Divya should go for this, I think she should give a check, go after the a pawn, rook a3, or rook c4, yeah. She's going to take a bunch of pawns with check. If she gets the a4 pawn, she's not risking anything. Although rook h7, rook h6, I don't know. Or Jovanka, who's better?
Well, now we see the evaluation bar went down. Black is better. Oh no, now it's equalized.
Oh, she should have given a check, I think, on b3 before going for this, because then the black king could have come into f4. And now it should be fine for white. Although, of course, Divya is the only one who can win. If she breaks with f5 at the right time, she still can get this.
Well, now there's a check. And now the white king gets driven back. And yeah, this problem is that there's no inroads.
Yeah, now it's a fortress. Now there's no way forward, and it will be a draw. But Divya had a chance just for 2 moves, Ivanka. She looked the quicker. She looked the more confident of the two. She turned down the repetition with black, and she's been going for it. But okay, a small sign of things to come, maybe.
Yeah, it was a bit weird how Lei Tingjie, in her quest to kind of push for that win, actually tied herself up in knots. But at the minute, it's fine. She has a fortress, and the player is playing super fast. 5 seconds against Kip, 5 seconds, okay, but it is a draw. Ooh, can we make any judgments from that first game?
Yeah, it felt like Lei Tingjie didn't really ever get any chances, anything realistic. I think Divya just great opening from her, neutralized things really well. She tried to press, so she wasn't afraid of being ambitious when the time came. I'm going to say small, very tiny psychological edge to Divya, but ultimately it was a draw. They cancel each other out. How about yourself? Who do you think's the happier of the two?
I think Divya is the happier one of the two because I felt like her opening came as a surprise to Lei Tingjie, and she got a relatively comfortable position very early on. So that onus is now on Lei Tingjie, perhaps to switch it up or, again, try to go into that variation, but perhaps just explore something a little bit different later on. Yeah, I'm expecting the moves queen to d3. I'm not a fan of queen going over to h4. I've seen too many players lose from that position with the white pieces.
Yeah, the white queen going to h4 looks very aggressive, but especially without the knight in f3, you're not going to give checkmate, and the queen might just be a bit offside over there. So queen d3 is the main line. Bishop f5 is a well-known move. And white can play e4 if she wants. Moroxi bind. Closes down the bishop on g2, though, so you do that with a heavy heart. But white has the extra space. This has a very good reputation for white, I should mention this variation, so a bit surprising that Lei Tingjie goes for it. White will play like b3, bring the bishop out. Nice space advantage.
I remember when I studied this position a while back that my coach was saying it's like the Moroxi bind, but it's not the Moroxi bind because the bishop is on g2, where actually there's a lot of potential, right? You have these e4, e5 pushes. You have also a knight jumping into d5. That bishop is nicely placed on g2 just to kind of support any squares. And you just have this very firm control. And the only thing you have to keep an eye on is these b5 breaks and these knight maneuvers, but everything else is covered.
Yeah, like both sides have reason to be happy. Like on paper, having traded one set of minor pieces, Lei Tingjie shouldn't be too cramped. But yeah, white's bishops look very nice. I'm expecting queen d2 and knight d5 in the very near future. And oh wow, oh f4. There we go. Apparently a big mistake. Queen b6 check and bishop takes c4, Ivanka. That's a loose piece. It's a blunder.
Oh,
First blunder of the day.
yeah. And this goes back all the way back to my childhood training where I was reading Ben Larson's Good Move Guide. And he says, king on an open diagonal, not safe. And it's so easy to forget. Somehow we have it tuned in. King on an open line, that's fine. But on a diagonal, we're like, yeah, it's fine. We can just always dodge a check. But no, here comes the problem. Bishop takes c4, queen b6.
Yeah, we might show this on the board in a moment, unless Lei Tingjie goes for it, and she's stopped. She has paused, so it's on her radar. I mean, Divya looks very nonchalant. She definitely hasn't seen it, otherwise she would be panicking. I think she might have seen that bishop takes c4 doesn't work. Okay, we're going to see a move from Lei Tingjie, and then oh, it's missed, knight c5. Let's put this on the board very quickly, because black here should have given a check. Bishop takes c4 doesn't work, as I was saying, because here a check looks like a double attack, a fork, but white can block with the rook and lives to fight another day. Like bishop d4, I guess you can meet by a move like rook c2. You defend everything, 2 pieces for a rook advantage for white, but she could have won material here by giving a check first. Now rook f2, bishop d4 wins some material due to a pin, and if you just walk away with your king, bishop takes c4, it's what we were talking about, loose pieces drop off. This would have been a decisive advantage for black. Ivanka, how shocked are you that Lei Tingjie spent a bit of time there and missed this tactic?
Yeah, actually, I'm quite surprised because I do feel that the Chinese school of chess is very much based, rather like the Indian school of chess, like on calculation, on these tactics. And let me just say one thing: they've never missed a tactic against me.
Me neither, don't worry.
But anyway, knight c5 played, and now white just has a very comfortable space advantage. And I'm fully expecting knight to d5, or maybe you can tuck your king in the corner, get it out of any potential problems. And the onus is constantly on black. How are you going to break out? For white, white just enjoys a space.
Mm-hmm. Fully agree. And like b5, like sometimes it's achievable, but even if you get it, like best case scenario, you'll see an exchange of pawns. White's knight jumps to d5 anyway, and it's like, okay, white still has a bit of a bind, bit of a space advantage. Here we go, b5 on the board. Engine says level, so nothing too dramatic for Lei Tingjie, but yeah, maybe missed opportunity. You don't get too many of those in a game with black, so she will want to seize those chances a bit later on. Ivanka, what's your personal score like against these two players?
I have I played Divya when I was not when I was a child, when she was a child. And I lost. I was doing much, much better. And then I wasn't better, and then I was worse, and then I lost. So, but you could tell that she was a talent then. But okay, have a double question mark and more tactics abound.
Oh, again, missed by Lei Tingjie, or maybe decided against this time. We'll just very quickly show it. The blue arrow appeared again because there was a tactic for a second time. It's to do with a long bishop move. Last time it was bishop takes c4. This time it's bishop takes knight. That's to remove a defender no matter which way you take back. Bishop takes b5, lands with a skewer. And maybe she just judged this position to be dangerous. Like you could imagine white's bishop on this diagonal, like f5 coming, queen d4, or maybe queen h6 at some point after f5. So I can imagine Lei Tingjie seeing this and not going for it, Ivanka. But still, computer says this is huge, +2 for black. Maybe black blocks it with like f6 and e5, and the extra exchange would have counted. But if we go back to the game, we see knight d5 happened, queen trade, and okay, there was now knight d3 is threatened. Now there's no more rook takes c8. And okay, second missed opportunity for Lei Tingjie. Surely not for a third time in this game.
Yeah. Well, what I've noticed is that like bishop takes c3 and also this whole queen to b6, they're moves that kind of go against the principles, like the things that you're naturally hardwired to look at. You're like, you don't want to be giving up your bishop, that particular dark square bishop for your knight, just like that in the middle game. You don't want to be going queen to b6 because the breakthrough was b7, b5. So just somehow not tactically as sharp as she could be. But you're right, if Lei Tingjie wants to win this, she has to bring her tactical A game, and she needs to take those opportunities when they're presented to her. Because right now, I'm seeing that white has the space advantage, and I feel like white has a more comfortable position in the sense that it's easier to play. You literally can just like shuffle your pieces for a while. Whereas it's up to black. How are you going to connect the rooks? How are you going to dislodge the knight? And I say that, and well, it gets traded off.
Yeah, there was a bigger threat actually there of rook takes c5 followed by knight f6 check, winning the black queen. So yeah, she had to do something. She just decides to trade off on d5. And that's the thing, like, she actually spent about a minute before missing the first tactic. Then she spent 20 seconds before missing the second tactic. It feels like it's kind of on her radar, but maybe she's not willing to take risks. Maybe just trusting Divya a bit too much. So very surprising from Lei Tingjie. And these positions are slightly better for white in general, just because there's a weakness on e7 and sometimes a bit of a weakness on b4. But okay, black has a target herself on a2. Often white goes like h4, h5 and starts doing the alpha zero stuff at some point.
Yeah.
So yeah, still in the balance, but she's ahead on the clock again, Divya.
Totally. Yeah. And then you see Lei Tingjie under the minute. I did like that comment that exchange up is overrated because it reminds me of that little line that I once had when I was teaching young children. It was like, it's not what they are, it's what they do. It's what your pieces do. It doesn't matter that you have a rook that's worth 5. If it's doing nothing, it's stuck behind its own pawn, then it's not actually worth 5. It's worth 3.
Exactly. It's like all those like fantasy movies, right? It's like Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings. It's like, it's not who you are. You might be a little hobbit, but it's what you do. It's yeah, it's what you do with your time. It's how brave you are. It's all those things. I agree. It's not about the material count, but yeah, I recently played like a match against some kids on like it was kids versus stars, all these prodigies, and then I sacrificed the exchange, and Ben Feingold was commentating. He was like, "Oh, I like every exchange sack, just not that one," and it was the one I made. So some exchange sacks are better than others, but in the meantime, that pawn exchange probably not what Divya wants. Now her rook is hit and a2 is hit, and actually, oh, I don't know, black's getting in now.
Yeah. And the knight on c5. Well, okay, now the queen comes in. One of the things that I felt was very important with the white pieces is you got to keep control, right? And you got to play slow chess, like you cover a2, and then you kind of go forward on the king side. But now we have a situation where black is very active, rook on the perfect rank on a2, and this bishop on g2. It's not the best of pieces, at least not in an endgame.
Yeah, it's not a happy piece right now. That bishop on g2, it's stuck behind its own pawn and can't really support the b pawn. I think a good tip as well for anyone in these types of pawn structures, if it's knight versus bishop, it looks nice that you're getting a passed pawn, but actually knights are fantastic at blockading anyway. So you don't want to allow your pawns to become isolated in general unless you can guarantee it's throwing itself forward, because otherwise knights blockade it, bishop's a bit dead. I like f5 though. She's trying to change the pawn structure. I do not understand really why Lei Tingjie blocked with h5, put her pawns on light squares. It's an endgame. You're not really going to get mated by pushing by white pushing a pawn forward. So a bit surprising. Knight c5 a miss. I guess she just wanted to show off that she understands how pins work on the b file. Oh, but suddenly tactics, Ivanka, discover checks.
And a pawn falls off the board, and Lei Tingjie just playing on seconds. And now Divya's rook comes in, and oh, well, this is getting really spicy because, yeah, white has one material, but the rook on b8 is now going to come into the game. Anything can happen here.
Oh, and it's a blunder. Apparently, can white deliver some kind of checkmate? Oh, it's not g4, it's rook f8. Oh, she plays the move I thought would be played, and look at this, rook check, h5. h5 just mates. Lei Tingjie collapses. Wow, first result.
Wow. And that just happened in the kind of closing seconds. Lei Tingjie completely lost control of the position with no time on the clock. So, okay, that's also telling us one more thing. And you were right, you got to try your pet opening d4 more than once. So, see what Divya has in a different variation. And there we're seeing e3.
Yeah, like, although Lei Tingjie's collapsed towards the end there, it came quite suddenly, but the clock situation, as you mentioned a bit before that, Ivanka, she played one move with 0.2 seconds on a clock. I think she played the next move with 0.6 seconds on a clock. Yeah, you can't get away with that for too long. This isn't the 1+1 section where you're both kind of on seconds. You have to keep some time in the bank. I'm guilty of it myself, like so regularly, so I shouldn't preach too much, but That is a trend in these matches, especially the longer blitz, the 5+1. In the meantime, this is a very well-known IQP position. Knight to pawn is threatened, so black often meets it either with a6 or bishop to g4, indirectly defending the d-pawn with some tactics. But yeah, it looks like at least Lei Tingjie switching things up, keeping more pieces on the board with this white game. I think that's a good thing, good sign for her.
Yeah, I also think it's a great sign. And then the bishop comes back to e2. Now, this really reminds me of a variation that you actually get in the Caro-Kann against the Panov Botvinnik, except white has that extra tempo. So you have the time to go b3 and bishop b2, because in that line you don't. You have to go bishop d2 and get your bishop out in a different way. Bishop d7, rather.
Yeah, it's funny. I once played the Caro-Kann as white. It started in a Caro-Kann Panov Botvinnik. It transposed to basically this exact position with the colors reversed, but it's also a c3 Sicilian. If you turn the board around with a tempo, and I've had this position from the white side, but here it would be black like countless times in my youth. And I was going to say, you normally just put your rooks in a8, like rook ad8, rook fe8, bishop g4. You go for checkmate. Bishop a3 though, or the positional approach. Not a big fan of that one.
David, is this not like our game that we played in the British Championship where you just completely crushed me, and later on, like the captain of the English team, like he went through it with me and he was like, you literally played into David's hands. You did everything wrong. And I'm getting like flashback, but probably is a better version for black, or is it the same position?
Yeah, Bournemouth 2016. I didn't want to bring it up, Jovanka. Was it 2016?
It was 2016.
Anyway,
I remember that.
Yeah, it was a while ago. And exactly, it was this pawn structure with the IQP, and there was a bishop exchange offered. And then I think I went like queen b1, and I remember you didn't need to relieve the tension and kind of allow my queen to sit nice on b2. So I'm expecting a queen move, and maybe black doesn't need to rush to take the bishop on b2. I was lucky though in that game. Like I kind of got a good knight versus bad bishop scenario. Knight on d4. It was very nice.
He was not lucky.
Not so easy here.
You were not lucky. You just thumped me. It was like bang, 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 and I was like, okay, I need to learn a little bit more about positional chess. But it was a good knowledge, right? You know, because you have like certain things that black mustn't rush to release the tension, because we're often taught in the IQP positions, you know, just trade off all the minor pieces and you'll be fine. But that was a situation where actually trading actually helped you.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And like the reason I'm kind of skeptical and not such a fan of bishop to a3 in general is because isolated queen's pawns, they're all about a fight for the square in front. And here the d4 square is a dark square. Black's bishop can challenge for that. So trading it off, I don't know, if white now gets like, let's say 3 moves. Okay, it's a dream here, but like h3, bishop d3, knight e2. Yes, the dark square bishops come off, but white will just put a knight on d4 and it's going to sit there for eternity. It's going to be hard to kind of play around it. So yeah, we'll see. She's still thinking about how to react to this offer of a bishop exchange. I guess taking is an option, but the black queen looks very active on a3. I wonder whether we have a disconnection. Sorry, Jovanka.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Sorry, I was going to interrupt you to say that. You know, I think that we have a disconnection because it's rook c2 kind of, unless there's a problem with knight to b4 or queen to c2. It's not the kind of move that you'd spend a long time on.
No, this is worrying. She's been gone for around 2 minutes, or at least she's been thinking for 2 minutes. Either way, apparently her camera is off as well, Lei Tingjie. So dramatic times already. Divya, I can see her camera. She's been looking around. She's been wondering what's going on. Imagine if Lei Tingjie has these problems throughout the match. That could be a real knock to her confidence. It's so hard to focus on speed chess. Okay, she's back. Moves on the board, but 1 minute against just under 4 minutes, Jovanka. This is going to be a race against time now.
Yeah, And okay, now here she just has to play as many quick moves as possible, as you mentioned. Knight comes out to g5. I wasn't expecting that. I thought that queen to c2 and connect the rooks. That's like something I'm obsessed with, but I do like this move. It's putting pressure on the bishop, and you're getting ready to, at the right time, go bishop f3 and knight e2 and queen d2, just to keep things fluid.
Yeah, it's a decent move in itself, but it did take a long, long time. And Divya now thinking she might just want to bring her rooks towards the center. I wonder, Ivanka, is she doing that thing? She looks like she's leaning back, Divya. She doesn't look ready to make a move anytime soon. Is she doing a sportsmanship type of thing where she's just going to sit and wait till her clock drops down now to compensate for Lei Tingjie's disconnection and the time that she lost from her clock?
No, because you don't know that your opponent has disconnected, right? That is all uncertain. They could have just thought for a long time, in which case, she doesn't need to wait. But okay, we're seeing Divya also thinking. I suspect not. I think she's just thinking about what to do in the position, which rook to move in the center, how to kind of organize everything. Is she going rook c8, rook d8, or is she going to go rook e8, rook d8? Might be wrong.
I'm
Might
looking
be
at the
a very
camera though.
nice active sportsman. Yeah.
Yeah, she doesn't look like she's about to make a move. She's been looking away from the screen most of the time. I think she's just trying to. Yeah, I think she's trying to wait. And fair play to her. That's a nice touch. If it's happening, if she ends up losing on time herself, Divya now, she will regret it. But that's the only explanation. Like as you mentioned, so many good moves for Black: Rook D8, Rook F E8, Queen back to E7, H6. They're all fine, but not the type of move you spend 2 minutes on. So Divya showing that I think they're in a call as well together, by the way. So I think she would have seen Lei Tingjie's camera disappear. But Divya showing that she really cares about fairness and equality.
That's a fantastic act of sportsmanship. She doesn't need to do that at all. And to kind of say, hey, one of the problems with online chess is disconnects and, mouse slips and whatever. And she just goes, you know what? I'm just going to try to even the odds. And there we see, yeah, after some thought, rook a to d8. So, well, we can definitely ask what happened when, if we get a player's interview.
Yeah. I guess if she wins the match, we can ask her. If she doesn't, then we might not get the opportunity. But knight takes bishop on e6. Yeah, I think she was 10 seconds ahead just before Lei Tingjie disconnected. So she played her move when she still had 10 seconds over Lei Tingjie. So I think that was all kind of purposeful there from Divya. In the meantime, Lei Tingjie still lower on the clock. That was a real thing, not a disconnect. And mistake apparently. Knights on the rim, maybe dim, but mainly because it allows this move, Jovanka, d4, which was set up on the last turn. The white queen feels uncomfortable. A2 is maybe hanging. Some ideas of knight c5 a bit later when you deal with the issue with the queen, but it definitely looks uncomfortable for white here.
Yeah, big threat incoming. You can take the pawn on e3. And now, yes, the queen is under fire. You can throw in bishop takes e6. Nice little suspicion stick. Oh, she doesn't go for that.
Mm-hmm. It's in her pocket for later. She can take that one a bit later maybe, but black is a pawn up for now. I wonder whether you can kind of take an f2, well, maybe not take an f2 first, but maybe put a knight in d5 just to kind of say, haha, you forgot to take on e6. More likely she just takes an f2, puts the king on h8, and game goes on. There's b5 in the air for later, although it doesn't really do much now. So the white bishop can move with check. Interesting position, but the clock situation, I think, is the main factor here, Jovanka.
Yeah, 14 seconds for Lei Tingjie, and difficult position as well, as she has to neutralize Divya's activity. And she's still a pawn down. She actually never won back the e6 pawn. And more problems. That's not an easy find, though, queen to d6.
Yeah, queen d6. It's based on threats with knight g4 to go for h2, but also, well, she actually stops one square short, but queen d6 would have set up some nasty knight f3 checks as well. Queen c5 far more natural from a human point of view, and still same idea. Knight g4 is incoming. The knights are dancing. This looks beautiful for black. Pawn up 2.
Yeah, And I like the way that Divya is playing. She doesn't play the most natural move. She kind of keeps her opponent guessing. And now, desperately trying to trade off attackers. I'm expecting, yeah, I like this whole idea. Lei Tingjie might as well repeat a few moves, get a few extra time on the clock. She only got 2 seconds.
Oh, that clock's making me nervous. She played with 0.3 seconds there. A mistake, apparently, from Divya, who could have pushed her e-pawn forward, by the way, and there would have been some real problems for white. But there we go. It is the clock that decides it. She'd actually equalized the position almost, Lei Tingjie, but she flags. Divya takes a 2-point lead.
Yeah. And, well, do you think that it's because that she disconnected? But sometimes when you have a very slow internet, it somehow affects the speed of your moves. Lag
Yeah, that's
is the
my
word I'm looking for.
that's my excuse every time I'm just too old and slow. I'm like, yeah, it's definitely the lag, but I don't know. It is hard, like these situations. It's just part and parcel of the game, right?
Hmm.
Internet connection. It's at the top level in chess in any sport. Like it's tiny percentages, like tiny margins resolve and kind of determine everything. So having a slightly better internet connection, having a better mouse, working on your mouse speed. I mean, I think that's just what players have to do nowadays. And yeah, of course, it's kind of somewhat up to the chess gods, but yeah, you got to give yourself as best a chance as possible.
Yeah, I found I remember when I was playing in the online Olympiad that I had to plug myself directly into, as I had to plug myself, but my computer is what I wanted to say, into the system.
Plug
haven't
yourself into
haven't really
Stockfish.
yeah, no, I've been watching Foundation, and there they plug themselves into the ship. It's very funny because the book was written in 1942, but they haven't the author hasn't thought of mobile phones. So many opportunities where, you know, if it had been written now, they would have been using the phone, but nope, not an invention.
Not yet, and now it's changed all our
Hmm.
lives. But in the meantime, this one looks well. It started looking like a Catalan, but white kind of by transposition stopped a square short. She went d3 instead of d4 earlier. Now it's kind of exploded in the center. This knight e5 idea is super trendy. So Divya's definitely done her homework, followed by f4. And it's all about just lengthening the diagonal for this bishop. I was going to say e4 is the kind of natural outcome. You want black to block so that white kind of has a free hand on the king side. I don't think she'll be so compliant here, Lei Tingjie. She might, there we go, open up the center. At least now rook d8 will come. Knight c6 is going to come soon. Knight in a4 is a bit silly. But interesting position, Jovanka. Like, it feels like Divya is coming up with some really interesting opening ideas.
You're very creative as well, and very combative, I would say, because Divya, she's gonna plan to go maybe g4, g5, bishop to e3, sorry, and connect up the rooks and just try to power through on the D line. Whereas Lei Tingjie, I mean, her position is still very dynamic as well because, she's got some pressure against e4. So that prevents like an early bishop to e3. Also, a knight coming into c6, coming into d4. So I see both sides have a lot of play.
Yeah. On to b3, a bit of a waiting move. Maybe she'll put a bishop on b2, just in case rook d4 ever lands. Maybe the knight will come back via b2. Okay, we'll see a trade now. Can't let a knight into d4, surely. There we go. And probably knight b2 next move. Yeah, interesting. Like Divya, I guess both of them, they were very successful at the World Cup. They made kind of long runs there. But often when you play a tournament like that, Jovanka, you have so many ideas saved up for afterwards. Like you've studied chess basically for a month in Divya's case. She was out there for so many weeks, and she's going to be full of ideas, not just the confidence and adrenaline that's pumping right now.
Yeah. No, it's actually true, right? When you work so hard, super hard on your chess, then it's really, you start to build up quite the arsenal. But there we see, wow, question mark from the rook. It looks very, very natural, to double up on the D line. And it's because of this move. But I mean, it's not really that apparent why this is so haha. Yes, Yovi. Go for the attack on the king side. That's just really nice. E6 is going to be the next blow.
Oof, yeah, pawn takes pawn, e6. And the white bishop's unleashed. Wow, that's really opportunistic, but really clever from Divya. She's going to take g2 with her queen as well, so that's going to gain a tempo. And she's going to get time to either take on e6 or go f6. I'm not even sure which one she wants. But this is beautiful. e5, f5, so energetic as well.
Yeah. And it just feels like the attack comes from nowhere, right? You kind of see e5, f5 on the horizon, be like, it will be fine. But now you have the position on the board. It's like, that is not fine at all. And there's targets, the weak pawn on e6. I mean, how easy is it for white though? Because visually it looks very nice. You have f takes e6 in the air. You also have ideas of going f6, although I'm not quite sure. But the knight on a4 is offside.
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly jump in to show a cool tactic. Like rook d8 is definitely the best move there, but just to show, queen b7 might be a move you want to play because, you trade off queens, you dissolve the attack, but knight b6 would have been a nice little... Oh, bar drops. No! I was like, that's so cool. You fork the rooks and queen takes knight, queen takes rook in the corner, but apparently there's a way for black to... of course, I'm blind, and a check. And the black equalizes after rook d8. Oh, my bad. Okay, I'm glad Divya is playing, not me. f6 was the choice in the end, and we got bishop back, rook f2, and g6. Oh, Ivanka, I was trying to help get that knight into play, but it's still the problem piece for white.
Yeah. It is still very much the problem piece, but maybe you can just kind of just let it live there, and maybe now time, bishop c1, and I was thinking bishop to e3 and say, hey, let's give you a role in life, to attack on c5.
Yeah, nice. Also, the knight's coming to b2 to evict the black rook. We'll see a trade now. I'm expecting rook fe2, or maybe rook back to f1.
Yeah.
Same.
By the way, David, there's only 3 minutes and 21 seconds of the match clock in this particular segment.
Oh, just to mention as well, Ivanka, black should have taken that bishop off the board and then got the e5 pawn, and then the black bishop would have come out, and it would have been real compensation. She needs to do it again. I accidentally clicked it off there, but the blue arrow appeared. Queen takes e5. She needs to sack the exchange, otherwise she's just going to get suffocated with her pieces on e8 and f8 later. They will not move the rest of this game if she doesn't seize the opportunity to sack. Queen takes e5 right now. Big moment. As you say, it's probably going to be the last game of this round of the portion, at least 5+1. Actually, the two matches I commentated with you before, Ivanka, they were also just 4 games long. So 45 minutes sounds like a long time, but only enough for 4 games.
No, they just kind of whiz past, don't they? I mean, I'm always shocked when I look at the matched clock and go, oh, how come there's only like 2 minutes remaining? I mean, there was like 45 minutes just a few seconds ago. But we didn't see a sacrifice. Actually, that exchange sack, you needed to break that bind. And now white is firmly in control. But I see the clock ticking down for Divya. She's down to under 1.5 minutes. And I feel like it's actually not very easy to break through.
Yeah, I think with more time, she would play like h4 with white and go for the win because she has a big advantage. But I saw her on the camera, Ivanka, look at the clock. There was a kind of shake of the head. She knows she's up 2 points on the scoreboard. She just wants a draw here, or at least to force Lei Tingjie to do something. And there we go. Exchange sacrifice. Lei Tingjie wants the win. Knight takes f6 threatened now. The bishop coming out to h6. Game on.
Oh, and now when the bishop comes out to h6, okay. Oh, hang on a second. Only move for black. Oh, yeah, because of rook to d1. Knight b2 was a very sneaky move. It had point. And yeah, rook to d6. And it was still very, very complicated. The pawn on f6, that's going to fall.
Yeah, not easy though. Rook d6 looks a bit clumsy. Like rook d1's a big threat of a skewer, so I don't know. I'm expecting like queen c3 or knight d6, but she's walking into a self pin now. Rook d1. Oh, Lei Tingjie, if she ends up losing this game, goes 3 points behind Ivanka, then she will be regretting not bailing out with that repetition a moment ago.
Yeah, it would be really not very good. And there we see queen to e5. But I must say, we have seen comebacks. We saw Vaishali She went up, I think, 3 points against Alice Lee. Alice Lee made it all back in the 3+1. We also saw the same thing in the match between Mary Arabitsa and Polina Shivalova, where it was Mary who struck back in the 3+1. So, I mean, I would not write anyone off just yet.
Yeah, still very, very early days in the grand scheme of the match, but Tingjie 2, really nice. Divya, it does feel like she's got this great, I mean, we saw it in the World Cup as well with her playoffs. She won multiple tie breaks there. But she's just got this great kind of understanding of when to accelerate the play, when to go like E5, F5, F6, bang, 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 and then when to slow it down and go like Queen E2, Knight B2, King G2. It's very kind of rhythmic play, but okay, offering the Queen trade again.
This is actually one thing that's really interesting because I think Divya herself favors really aggressive play. And there you see actually that we see a repetition of moves. Could Divya be tempted to repeat one more time? But the match timer has ticked down to 0. So this will be the last game of 5+1. And I like this move. She's just saying, hey, let's trade queens, but in return, you give me a protected pass pawn on F6.
Yeah, G5 will fall, but as soon as the white rook kind of saves itself, as soon as the black knight goes and grabs on G5, the rooks are going to come in. You can't use D2 yet, but that could be decisive, the infiltration a bit later. I would probably start with rook E2, knight takes, and then you don't even need to rush rook C2, similar? Oh, rook E2 blundered knight C3, so rook C2 is a better square.
I was actually heading towards rook E2 because I was thinking about knight takes G5 and just locking out that knight from the game. But here, the white rooks, they are going to infiltrate the position. I love this move. You're getting ready to even go knight to D7 and overprotect F6. F6 is like the real thorn in black's side. You can't break out whilst that pawn is there.
Yeah, she was so close to getting rid of it, but okay, apparently a mistake though. Rook C1, letting black back in the game, allowing this bishop move, hitting the rook on C1, and suddenly this is turning. The black knight is going to grab on F6 next move. Suddenly it's going to be 3 pawns for the exchange. She's actually material up suddenly, Lei Tingjie. Like you said, the F6 pawn was the thorn in the side, and that's gone.
Yeah. And talking about what's gone, also the timer is going because players just playing on seconds left. And the white rooks are still a menace on the position because whilst they're able to roam free, then black is always going to have to be on the defensive. And there we see a rook coming in, but Divya has to make some inroads now.
Yeah, Divya is going pawn hunting with her rooks. Black is a bit tied up meanwhile. Black knight can't move. And, oh, there we go again. Second time in the match so far in the 5+1 portion. Lei Tingjie flags. Divya goes up 3 full points.
Wow. There we see Divya in the end. A very powerful performance in the 5+1, going up 3 full points. Well, David, that was a really exciting portion. We saw, actually, I'm going to ask you before we head into a break, what did you make of this?
Yeah, I mean, we saw everything, right? We saw Divya in a bit of trouble once or twice, but always super quick. We saw clock situation. We saw the disconnect. I'm going to say I do worry for Lei Tingjie just because of the mouse speed or internet speed, whatever it is, clearly hindering her. But ultimately, Divya, her nerves look super strong. And she looks like she can handle anything right now, full of confidence. So I think she's a big favorite, not just because of the scoreboard, just the way she's playing.
Yeah, absolutely. Divya putting in an incredible performance. She takes a 3-point lead. We're going to go on a short break, and when we return, of course, what happens next is that the clock speeds up and the pressure increases. So you don't want to miss that one.
And this is white to move, yeah?
So white to move and win.
It's made in 1, yeah?
Okay, let me think. Actually, I think it's quite hard. Because now I don't have any clue about it.
It's quite a tricky position. Queen to G3.
Correct.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
Sure this is made in 1? Ah, now I got it. Queen G3.
Queen G3. Yeah. Lovely.
Yeah. Thank God I'm a chess player.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Alright.
So many pins.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pins.
so many pins.
Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and today I bring you one of the wildest games from the Norway Chess Tournament, which, let's be honest, is basically the Roland Garros of the chess world. It's China versus India, Lei Tingjie versus Han Piconero, and if you blink, you'll miss it. The battle kicks off with a Queen's Gambit exchange. White plays it cool with bishop to d3, getting that bishop on extreme diagonal. Black meanwhile starts plotting for the bishop pair with knight h5. But then comes bishop e5. What a smart cookie of a move. Black wants to play f6, but can't because bishop g6 check hits like a slap. And after knight takes e5, d takes e5, the knight on h5 is stranded. It can't get back to f6, and now it's just awkward. Black has the bishop pair, sure, but they have overexpanded on the king side like someone who ordered too much at a buffet. Then comes queen to a4, a classic prophylactic move saying no long castling for you, my friend. After bishop d7, eyeing the queen with romantic intentions, and knight to g7, heading for e6, white drops a very natural move, e4. But wait, that's a blunder. Why? Boom! d4. What are you saying, Pepe? Why is black suddenly better? Well, here's the deal. After queen takes d4, the knight jumps to e6 and then to f4, and suddenly white's king side is hanging by a thread, especially that soft spot on g2. Couple of moves later, the rooks come off the board, and after g3, Hampi had a beautiful knockout in her hands. She could have played bishop to b4, a savage idea, because after g takes f4 comes the bump. Boom! Rook d8. If black gets to c3 with a check, it's light out. White's only hope is queen to e3, and then boom, g takes f4, another nasty shot, forcing queen to e1, and now after bishop a2, followed by bishop b3, black's advantage is absolutely crushing. But instead of that masterpiece, Hampi goes for the natural bishop to c5, and that's a huge blunder, because here comes queen to a4, bam, the lights go out for black. Suddenly, everything is hanging after the queen trade. Double attack, chaos on the board. Hampi tries to keep the queens on the board, hoping to create some mess, but now white's king is chilling, no more danger. Moves like knight d4 and bishop to g4 show Lei's technique, exchanging pieces and taking full advantage of her extra material. And when the queen lands on f7, it's over. Can't even take on d6 because of rook d1 check. And after queen d7 comes knight b5 check. Brutal. The Indian star stops the suffering here, because rook c1 check is coming, and if king takes d6, rook d1 check, or if king goes back to d8, then knight takes b7. Total collapse.
And we are back, and we move on to the 3+1 portion, where time, of course, it gets shorter. Everything starts to increase in stakes. And for Lei Tingjie, it's all about making that comeback because she is trailing Divya by 3 points. Now, David, forget about Lei Tingjie. It's all about Divya at the moment because Divya has been playing such incredible chess.
Yeah, she's the woman of the moment, simply, after the World Cup, where she did it in such impressive, convincing fashion, taking down some of the favorites along the way, taking down some really experienced grandmasters. We saw the emotion at the World Cup, how much it meant to her, how focused she is. Feels like she's leveling up right now. Her openings have really hit a new level. That much is clear already in the first 4 games of this match. And yeah, when you feel things are on your side, Jovanka, as a chess player, when you're going through that purple patch, it just feels like you're unstoppable. And somehow you manifest these fantastic results. It's going to be hard to stop her now.
Yeah, the World Cup was a dream for her. I mean, it really was like a fairy tale story. I was looking through her opponents: Megaladze, Inyach, Zhu Jiner. She beat Harika Donovalli, Tan Zhongyi, then Humpy in the final. I mean, it's just been absolute insane performance. And sometimes she had to make a comeback as well. And she consistently displayed mental toughness to get those clutch wins, to just take things to the tie breaks, and very impressive. And talking about impressive, she's leading by 3 points. I've been impressed by her opening choices. She's picked some very good openings, very tense at times. She's also been showing flexibility as she goes into the end games and just neutralizes Lei Tingjie. But for Lei Tingjie, she's trailing 3 points, and there's only one thing that she needs to do in this 3+1, and that is to start winning those games. And there we have great news because her camera has come back. That was thanks to the efforts of our production team.
Yep, good work all around there. And nice to see Lei Tingjie locked in, looking like she's trying to refocus as we enter this new 3+1 portion. Hopefully she can put aside all fears of disconnect, of lag, anything that's been holding her back. She needs to just be faster. She needs to be a bit more aggressive. She hasn't really got on the front foot for too long in any of the games so far. And yeah, she needs something a bit special. I think she just needs to get this first win, Jovanka. This is my 3rd match, I was saying to you in the break there, commentating on the round of 16 here at the 2025 Women's Speed Chess Championship. And every match so far that I've worked on has been 3.5 to half. And there was one comeback. She needs to take inspiration from Alice Lee.
Yes, Alice Lee, such a cool competitor. And that's one thing that definitely she can take inspiration from. But there's one thing that does trouble me, David, and that's the handling of the clock. Because we've seen that when the clock ticks down, that's when Lei Tingjie loses control. She's been keeping toe-to-toe with Divya until everything hits 5 seconds, 4 seconds. I mean, we've even seen her make moves with 0.2 seconds on the clock.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And it might sound kind of counterintuitive, but actually that's where maybe 3+1 will help. Maybe 1+1 will help because automatically she'll be low on time. Lei Tingjie, she's shown she gets into those kind of last few seconds quicker than Divya. But at least this time it's likely that they'll hit the same kind of point at a similar moment. Both players will be low on time, and maybe it will help just having to play quicker from the start. So getting into a rhythm, getting into that kind of hand-eye coordination, make a move. And, that actually helps kind of some time trouble addicts like myself, like Alexander Grishuk. We prefer the quicker time controls because we're automatically there at the adrenaline pumped moments anyway. So, okay, we see another Reti. So she's gone away from d4, Jovanka. Lei Tingjie feeling that her d4 opening's not giving any success so far.
Yep. And she's gone for an opening that I have actually tried my hand at, b3. And one of the things that I like about this is that you're just getting ready to do a controlled c2, c4. You avoid any of the complexities, and you're just going to play for the game. And I remember also I've seen you play moves like a5 in this, David.
Yeah, I've had countless games on the white side and black side in this position. I used to face it all the time as black. Nobody ever let me play my Grunfeld. There was like a 10-year period. Nobody entered a mainline Grunfeld against me. They were just fianchettoing constantly. So I thought, if you can't beat them, join them. And I started playing this with white myself a lot. Knight h4, yeah, another main move is e3 in that position, just to play queen e2, just to connect the rooks. But knight h4, more ambitious. Bishop steps back. You can play e4 in some of these positions, but white doesn't really look ready to do that, so h3. Yeah, I'm not sure. It just feels a bit odd, knight in h4, pawn in h3. This isn't how I play it, Jovanka. But black is rock solid. I think that's Divya's strategy now. She knows she's already done a lot of the hard work. She's taken the lead. For Lei Tingjie, meanwhile, something to be happy about. That is the clock right now.
Yeah, that's definitely something that will give her some incentive. But I'm a little bit surprised that Lei Tingjie keeps going for these kind of positional kind of approaches, because I've always associated her with, getting tactical dynamic positions. And this must be something that she's hatched up just to fight off Divya's style. So I'm expecting here, well, the move that I would be playing would be knight takes knight, and just then dealing with a central tension. And here it goes in trades.
And yeah, who can take more pieces with their bishop? That is the big question. They've both taken pawns. The black rook was hanging, so we could have seen a trade of rooks there if black had taken on f1. But okay, she's going to be a pawn down, Divya here. But it's not the worst pawn to be down. There will be an exchange. White will have an isolated pawn. And there are some checks. There are some knight c6 hits. Feels like it's safe for Lei Tingjie. Like, worst comes to worst, she gives the pawn back. It's going to be a draw. But I think she really needs the win. That's the issue. You mentioned you were surprised she's playing all these positional lines, Jovanka. It's because she feels like she's the older player, the more experienced player. She's, I think, around 28, Lei Tingjie, but Divya is a member of the new generation. And yeah, psychology, I feel like anytime you're playing someone younger, you just want to take the tactics out. That's just that's just the kind of natural progression as a human.
That is true. And it's so nice to see in chat, people cheering on for their favorite players, because I swear to you, the players can feel the energy. So go ahead and just show some support, cheer on your favorite player and keep it going. And there we're seeing that the queen came out. I love how the queen just centralized itself. But now I'm kind of coming over to the Lei Tingjie way of thinking, because she is a pawn up. There's no denying that. And it's not very easy for Divya to actually regain it. You can tell what I'm thinking. I'm always thinking, how can I win back the pawn? I don't like being down material.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually the reason a lot of people play these gambits. They play these sacrifices because ultimately the goal is to regain the pawn a bit later in favorable circumstances. Okay, the white queen looks really awkward on c3, but maybe was necessary. Kind of pinned now. The other black rooks come to c8, maybe to b8. Yeah, the compensation is growing. I think the other reason she's gone down these positional waters, Jovanka, is because she's just trying to avoid any forcing lines. Like Divya with the kind of Tarash defense, she's just trying to force equality, force a draw right from the start. And with white, it's kind of the main thing, especially when you're behind, the main thing you need to avoid.
Yeah, I like what this was a turn out for the books, because I wasn't expecting g5. You can't take that pawn, unfortunately, because the bishop is hanging on b2. So Divya showing some great tactical awareness there. g4 incoming.
Yeah, it lands. That means d4 has been undermined. Yeah, g5. That's a real bolt from the blue. Like rook d8 would have been so natural. Rook b8 was there. Okay, knight h4. I was expecting kind of knight g5 on maybe knight e5, but knight h4. So she's saying, please take the pawn back. Is Divya going to agree?
Well, it's the secret goal of every gambiter to win back material. So yes. But I was going to add a however. It was tempting for me to go f5, f4, go the whole hog and continue attacking the king side. But I like this one as well. You get to have a bishop pointing at the f2 square. You can set up ideas. You have the knight on h4 offside, but you have to go knight g2.
But then rook b2 might win a pawn. Ooh. Queen h6. Interesting. I like that move. At least you scare the opponent. Like queen h6, it probably doesn't threaten anything, but it's it's a scary move to face, Jovanka, in time pressure.
Yeah, but this is also a scary move to be met with. Rook to b5, you're kind of immediately visualizing that the queen could get potentially trapped there on h6. And I do like how Divya is playing aggressively when she needs to. She switches up, offers a queen trade. It's kind of very discomforting, right? To be constantly facing positional chess, then aggressive chess, and tactics for good measure.
Hmm. Yeah, and now Lei Tingjie, it's a dead drawn endgame. She just needs to get this game finished as quickly as possible to keep as much time on the clock in the 3+1 segment. She needs to bounce back. It's not been the worst game for her, but Divya keeping the rooks on, that's sneaky. This could easily go on another minute or two, and that's not good news. Um, okay, do you think Divya's going to play it out to the bitter end, or is she going to agree to the draw sometime soon?
Um, I I think it's sometimes very easy to forget, especially in this type of situation, about the whole match clock situation. So I suspect that she might just agree a draw, but then I say this and these moves just keep on coming. I think just maybe Divya knows that she's the better with the mouse skills when it comes to no time on the clock.
Yeah, Divya keeps the rooks on as expected. I think if we're being really cynical here, we would say take a leaf out of Hikaru's book, and so many speed chess championships, he's just playing these positions on another 100 moves, taking time off that clock. You wait 40 moves, then you trade a set of rooks, then you wait another 40 moves, you play f6. But here we go. We might see the draw finally. Divya doesn't want to risk playing on. She could have gone to f6 with her king, but there we go. They're out of this game. But the score, at least the 3-point imbalance, remains intact, Ivanka.
Yeah. And Divya goes for c4, g3, kind of ratty English system. And for Lei Tingjie, she needs to bounce back just 22 minutes on the match clock. I mean, how do you kind of claw back this deficit? I think going for the King's Indian defense, that's a good start, in my opinion.
Yeah, it makes sense. We saw it at the Esports World Cup when Hikaru unleashed the King's Indian against Magnus unexpectedly. He was able to bounce back for a while in their semi-final there. But yeah, this is one of the main lines. Knight c5, h3 is one of the main lines here. There are other moves. There's f3, there's knight b3, there's a whole bunch. But okay, she's got a time advantage. She's playing much quicker in the opening, at least, in the 3+1 segment. Lei Tingjie. F3 is my move now. Oh, she doesn't play my move. It's Vincent Keimer's Rook B1.
I think I was doing the old Averick Queen C2.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're seeing well, this is an important idea, that black goes knight to e6, just a trade of some pieces. And wow, mistake. Knight to g5, targeting e4 and h3 could have been good for black.
Yeah, that would have been a shock as well. That was a double attack, a knight g5 hitting 2 pawns. That's actually the main idea behind h6. So I'm very surprised Lei Tingjie played the h6 line and then didn't go for one of the main ideas. Now white is clearly better because look at the pawn structure. Probably she needs to trade queens here. Maybe b5 was quite strong for white on this last move, just locking down the queen side. But yeah, I was going to say it's clearly better because the backwards c pawn is going to be a target for the white rooks. You could have targeted those immediately. She loses the tempo. Now c6, like before white gets b5, you have to break out. There we go. And okay, it's still game on, Ivanka.
Yeah, still very much anything can happen. And well, I personally still prefer white just because of that extra space. And you have that clear target on d6. So I feel like even though the evaluation bar says is equal, I do think that it is a game of two results where black is just trying to hold the balance.
Mm-hmm. That's not good news for Lei Tingjie. Down 3 points and just trying to equalize here. Okay, big moment. Does white allow a2 to fall and go pawn hunting herself? Queen takes c6, or does she just take it easy, chill, drop her queen back? Yeah,
Take it easy.
safer.
No need to go in for the drama. Instead, just go, queen to c2, rook d2, just double up, and you obviously have a threat against d6. So I'm expecting something to step and defend it. And here, just start putting your rooks on the dark squares. There you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the move white wants to play at some point is a3 just to get the pawn off a light square, but that would have walked into bishop b3 with some skewers. So I liked your rook d2. Divya did too. And now d5. Yeah, this feels like black just trying to equalize here.
Yeah, but big question is, can you grab on c6?
Ooh. That would have been a very interesting question. Maybe she was scared of the white queen getting kicked around a few times, but rook d1, slightly less ambitious, maybe a bit safer. It seems to me, Ivanka, she just wants to play kind of controlled chess here, Divya, with kind of half an eye on that draw that gets the kind of gets slightly closer to the finishing line.
Yeah. But we have seen some like slight slip ups from the players, right? Divya making a small mistake and Lei Tingjie just not quite taking advantage of them. And I agree with you here. She just seems to be going for no risk. Maybe nerves are starting to kind of jangle a little bit, because when you're 3 points up, you start thinking of the future. You start like, okay, well, if I could just hold it, then I might be better with the mouse skills when it comes to bullet chess. So all I have to do is just hold it. And then you kind of get yourself into a negative way of thinking.
Yeah, sometimes you just kind of try to do just enough, but chess rarely rewards people who are minimalistic like that. Yeah, I've been there myself so many times, like ahead in a match or leading a tournament, and it's like you just try and coast to the finishing line, but you can't really. You need to keep accelerating. And okay, black took the a4 pawn. I think that's really instructive for everyone at home. If the black pawn had been allowed to walk to a3, there would have been some real danger, but Divya removing any threats there. She's just going to try and trade off all the pawns, maybe even leave herself with the b pawn or the a pawn now to run up the board. But still some ideas of a check, so we'll see this game instead fizzle out. And Lei Tingjie gesturing there, Ivanka. What's she gesturing about? She's frozen on the camera.
She is frozen, and I don't know what's happening, but the clock is ticking down, and there seems to be some kind of disconnect, which is a little bit unfortunate, because here, this is a position where you can just simply trade off queens. You can snack on the pawn on a2, and it's going to be completely level. But the clock is ticking down, and she has to reconnect.
It's a dead drawn position, but now we see the clock hits 0. Divya wins on time for the third time in this match. And I wonder whether Lei Tingjie is back. If Divya is going to be consistent with her earlier strategy of kind of compensating for the disconnects, I wouldn't be shocked if she tries to give the point back to Lei Tingjie here to put it back to a 3-point match. Lei Tingjie, yeah, she hasn't started this game with white, Ivanka. She's clearly been disconnected again.
Yeah, and we're seeing that as well on the camera. That camera did freeze Divya. Well, this is the problem with playing all around the world, right? Relying on modern day technology. Sometimes it's on our side, sometimes it fails us, and sometimes at the worst moment possible. We've all been there, we've all kind of suffered, but everyone is working behind the scenes just to try and fix this, so that Lei Tingjie is back and being able to play a very smooth game of chess without having to worry about the technical side of things. So, well, that gives us an opportunity, David, to talk about the match in general, right? So Lei Tingjie seems to be just missing those critical moments. Divya, though, it just seems to be playing fantastic chess.
Yeah, it's really controlled. It's really impressive. Like sometimes you see players and underdogs can win, lower rated players can win, but often it's a bit of a scrappy game and tactics go one way or the other. But Divya just looks very consistent. She's building up nicely. She's got different gears. You mentioned that earlier. Sometimes playing the quiet moves, sometimes kind of changing the pace, setting the threats, and going for the opponent. Yes, she's been helped out by the clock situation, the disconnect, but ultimately Divya hasn't really looked in any deep danger. Once or twice worse, once or twice some small mistakes, but she's doing what she has to, and 4 points up now, as we see this game has begun. And it's a Sicilian with, I was going to say a Maroczy bind incoming, but it's a kind of a double Maroczy bind, a double kind of bottom finning pawn structure. White with a slightly better bishop due to the light squared bind for pawns, dark squared bishop complementing it. Black rock solid here. Okay, so we have a proper game. Divya's not going to give the point back to Lei Tingjie after that disconnect. Interesting.
Well, there's a lot on the line, right? Divya's been playing fantastic chess. I mean, that game, the last game was let's just write that one off. But she did nurture a 3-point lead. Now it's a 4-point lead. But I mean, all credit to her. But I was going to say something. You know, you pick up a lot of money getting into the quarterfinals. You get the chance to play Hou Yifan, and you know, why not try for more than being World Cup winner? Qualifier to the candidates 2026, go for a WSCC speed champion. And well, here we have a position which is very ripe, right? Because white has a strong knight, so does black, and we already see mistake being played.
Yeah, that's not a tactical blunder. I think it's just a big strategic mistake. There's no need to rush in with the knight with black. Actually, your play often relies on f5. But now if you take with the e-pawn, you just give white a free hand on the king side. White's going to push f4, maybe even g4. Everything's going to flood forward. If you take with the c-pawn, now, yeah, suddenly your b-pawn is very much a target. White's going to play like a4, bishop a3, queen b3. Trading minor pieces off as well makes it less likely black's going to attack on the other side. Black's bishop is really bad, meanwhile dominated by the white knight. So, Ivanka, I see the camera disappear again as it's Lei Tingjie's move. I fear the worst every time now. Every time that happens, she's got a time advantage. Yes. Hopefully, she's back in time. But like this line for white, I must admit, especially after this last move where knight takes d5 is just a free pawn now. Lei Tingjie, okay, castles. This actually transposes back to a main line. Black should have played knight before and then d5. But yeah, both players making some odd decisions. In the previous game that was drawn, also some pawn pushes, some mutual mistakes. So Divya is still undefeated, Ivanka, but it's no longer just totally one-way traffic, this match.
No, it's... Well, there we see 5.5, 1.5 for Divya, and we're seeing queen takes knight. It's still a very wild game. There's only 7 minutes and 41 seconds of the match remaining, and Lei Tingjie, however you put it, the objective is very clear. You just need to win. She just needs to narrow that gap as much as possible.
Yeah, and this is a beautiful position to start that comeback now. Bishop d7 hits a pawn. She takes a pawn on f2. Also very understandable. She's going to have the bishop pair advantage. If the queens come off, she keeps the queens on. That's very principled. She wants to attack, but I don't know. Bishop pair, endgame, nice pawn structure there. Maybe taking on f3 was objectively stronger. Now eval bust is level again because white's so active. She's had like 3 or 4 chances now, Ivanka. She keeps missing them, Lei Tingjie.
Yeah, and it seems a bit like somehow that she's nervous, or maybe the tech problems are frustrating her or something, because we see time and time again, when she gets low on the clock, she squanders some big opportunities. Okay, and now, I mean, I thought it was very tempting to not trade off queens, primarily because of this move. Bishop d7, win a4, and then you have a ready-made attack on the queen side, and the a-pawn will just get motoring. So now it's up to Divya. Divya has to defend the pawn, and that's not an easy task, because if you step forward with the queen, it's going to get booted around. But now, grab.
And here we go. She's speculating here. Don't take that pawn. There will be a queen to e4, double attack on h7 and a4. So that was dodged. Black defends the e4 square. That was very sneaky from Divya. Now she's bringing her knight round. Oh, knight on e4 coming into f6 potentially in the near future. Eval Bar said queen g3. That was never going to happen. No queen trade, being a pawn down. But yeah, very difficult moves here, Ivanka, for both sides.
Yeah, totally. And also this move as well, being suggested by the computer. Yes, it's very natural to just flee with the bishop. But on the other hand, you're taught that timing is so important in chess, and especially when the kings are on opposite side of boards. You don't worry about positional concerns. You just kind of run with the a-pawn, try to make it a battering ram. So bishop c5, I like that move. I understand why it's very good. But there we see Lei Tingjie hesitate. You know, is she just thinking about getting on with the attack? And okay, she moves with the bishop to the center, but the bishop is loose.
That looks wrong. That feels wrong. Like there's always going to be like rook e1, rook e4 ideas. There's always going to be like bishop takes h7 ideas. She plays it immediately, Divya, and double exclamation mark. One of the first of the day. If the black queen takes, the bishop in the center falls. If the black king takes, There's queen to d3 check, and picking up the bishop next move, so she regains the pawn. Very clever tactic there.
And what's better about that as well is that the queen centralizes itself. So now there's a difficult decision for Lei Tingjie. Does she trade of queens, or does she go a full risk mode? And I wasn't going to suggest that move. This one seems to be lighting the board on fire, and that is rook to g1. Oh no.
Yeah, that was painful. A rook sacrifice, but only a temporary one because the black queen is falling. And it's not just about the fact that the black queen is gone. It's actually close to level material. It's just the black king's so open versus a queen and knight combo. This looks devastating.
Yeah, difficult to survive this one. I mean, and now the rook is going to fall. Queen to g4. Oh no, things have just gone bad from worse for Lei Tingjie as she now goes down by 5 points. It's a 6.5 to 1.5 in Divya Deshmukh's favor. I mean, only just under 4 minutes on the clock of the 3+1 portion. It feels like this match is more or less over.
Yeah, I mean, it's simple. She has to win this game, and she needs to pray for a miracle in the 1+1. It's unclear she'll even get enough games at this point. So she needs to win and win fast. Lei Tingjie, especially with all the connection problems, it's been a tough day for her so far. But Divya, credit to her. She's been ruthless. Like, she's been playing some kind of questionable moves, but as soon as she gets a chance, as soon as Lei Tingjie kind of blunders or opens the door, Divya was ruthless. That last game was some of the coolest tactics of the match so far. And
yeah,
impressive.
I've just learned you don't give them a sniff of attack, right? You know, it was just like one misstep. Bishop coming into d4, bishop takes h7, bam. And then there was like rook takes g7. Have that one. Yeah, oh my God. That was very impressive stuff from Divya. And now she has the black pieces. Lei Tingjie, she has a great position. She has that expansion on the queen side. So she should be backing it up with a3. I mean, I'm thinking of rook to e1, bishop to g3. Just make those trades, get that stronghold in the center of e5.
Exactly. Just do anything here other than allow the black light square bishop out. And wow, twist. Story twist here. It's Divya's camera that goes. Maybe Divya's been disconnected. That would be a turn up for the books. Nope, she's back. So we didn't see lightning striking on the other side this time. And we actually see a trade on c5. Yeah, this is a dream for Lei Tingjie. Or a5. I guess she wants bishop a6 to trade off the light squared bishops, but that's not really going to help long term. There's still infiltration squares. After a trade comes, the white rook will have access to b7. Looking good, Ivanka.
It is looking good for Lei Tingjie, and it would be a much needed victory. Also in terms of her morale, right? Because losing so many games and knowing that she's already on the verge of losing the whole match is going to be very, very tough for Lei Tingjie. So we're seeing White doing everything right. You know, she's taking control of the E line. She's getting ready to position a knight into E5. A5 is a potential weakness. So it's looking good. I wouldn't say her advantage has necessarily increased, though, from the earlier middle games.
Yeah, I should point out, like, the last few moves, she hasn't done much Lei Tingjie. She went, like, queen c2, queen d3. She went, like, rook a b1. Then a few moves later, she went rook e1. So she's lost a lot of time on the last 4 or 5 moves. So black has improved somewhat, but yeah, still nice for white. Still a long-term advantage here. I would probably play your move, bishop g3. Just black's bishop looks too annoying. So trading that one off sounds like a good start.
Yeah, I like my squares and I like my clear-cut plans. And I'm just obsessed with this idea of getting a knight into e5 or getting some kind of play. I also moves that I would be looking at if the bishops were traded off, then I would be thinking either going a g3, g4, or even, okay, so now I'm thinking about g3, g4. Not right now, I know, it doesn't quite work, but it would be there on my agenda.
Rook to b7. So maybe coming in, but the white knight is going to try and target the a5 pawn, maybe the c6 pawn afterwards. Very interesting. a4 is like the move you want to play, but do you allow the white knight in? Could be very good for black, but could also be very bad. key moment. Queen to a8. That feels very passive, but maybe a good shout. At least now knight e4 is available for black next move.
Yeah. And also, maybe it was designed to fight against some potential queen a6, because you mustn't just be like tunnel vision on the center. And we see Lei Tingjie now switch her attention to the queen side. But now black is the only one that's making progress. Now knight jumping into e4, it's going to get reinforced at a4.
Yeah, she's totally lost the thread of things here, Lei Tingjie. And if she played knight takes e4, d takes e4 would have hit the white queen and hit the rook. Now she's going to trade off. I think the most natural move is the blue arrow move. That's not always the case. She actually takes the knight first. She could have forced white very passive, but still looking good for Divya. It's totally turned around. Lei Tingjie just hasn't been taking any risk or trying to go forward at all. You don't beat players of the quality of Divya by just sitting and waiting. Yeah, very impressive play though from the Indian star.
Yeah, definitely. And I tell you something else. The match timer has ticked down to 0. This is going to be the last game in 3+1 portion. Everything is now going to turn to bullets. And we've seen that such a score difference actually is very, very difficult to make up. Because in the bullet, Lei Tingjie is going to have to win by more or less checkmate in no time.
Yeah, she might only get 5 games in the 15 minutes, Lei Tingjie, so she might need to win all of them and quickly. Yeah, no guarantee. She hasn't landed one checkmate yet. She hasn't landed a single win yet, Lei Tingjie. To do it all in the bullet section is a big ask. But in the meantime, black has stabilized. Black holds the key here. White's passive defending d4. Black is the one attacking it. Queen b2 is always in the air. Like for now, maybe you can deal with it by just moving your king across. But sorry, not like a knight, but just moving it up. But yeah, this is so scary. And Divya can play this position for ages, Ivanka. It's a dream for black.
Mm-hmm. It is a dream. And yeah, you might as well tire out your opponent. So the queen, now you can go queen to b2. Because there is no, there you see, you can't trade off queens. And now you have to overprotect on d4 with the king. And the d pawn is falling.
That's an important pawn. The base of white's chain, the center's dropped. Yeah, there was no other way to do it. White could have blocked with the queen. There would have been more checks. But yeah, there's no perpetual here. Knight takes knight, next move. And pawn to a2. New queen's being born. Lei Tingjie's about to resign. And it's a 6-point gap now, Ivanka. Heading into the bullet. Lei Tingjie looks, yeah, devastated. Divya, so impressive.
Yeah, it's like she just levels up when her position is somewhat under pressure and she's in trouble on the clock. She's able to make those good moves and make them super quickly and then turn things around. I mean, very impressive there from Divya. David, what are your impressions of the matches so far?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm surprised. I thought on paper this was maybe the closest of the round of 16, but it does appear that Divya just more informed today, slightly quicker. She's got that killer instinct that Lei Tingjie's lacked, and barring a miracle now in the 1+1, it does look like we'll have our next quarterfinalist.
Yes, it certainly looks that way. Now we're going to be heading into a short break, but before that, well, there's something magical in the air because the Spell Chess Championship begins on August the 14th and everyone is invited to enter. Whether you're a wizard with the spells or a complete novice, you've got time to practice the magical variant and duel your way to the crown. For everything you need to know, use !spellchess in chat. And the bullet is coming up in just a few.
We want to show you some special and fun moments from your career and have you reacting to those videos.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, this tournament means a lot for me. Also, I learned some from my opponent. I feel she is really has some fighting experience and plays nice.
Every time after the game, we do this kind of stuff. Like she says something, maybe I just think about something funny during the game. I just can't hide my emotion. I want to laugh and yeah, something
It's
like.
difficult to hold in.
Yeah, I think she's better than me, kind of this stuff, because maybe after interview and she will ha 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 ha, something like that.
So excited every single day because if there's many draws in classical, we always get a lot of Armageddon. There were also many days with lots of decisive games in classical. Super exciting to see. And today, I think this is the peak of how this format is delivering.
Yeah, actually, now I remember what happened because she told me some jokes. And when we sit there and we know and what she talked to me, and we just can't, hide our emotion because she talked some like really funny jokes, like some like on the rest day. And when I saw her face, and I just think about that jokes, and I just can't become like a normal person.
It's your time to shine. The Chess.com Community Championships are open to anyone, whether you're a grandmaster or just starting out on your chess journey. Each month, Chess.com offers one community championship. From Bauhaus to Hyperbullet, you can always find a fun and exciting variant to enjoy with your fellow chess fans. So mark your calendars because on August 14 and 15, we will have a Spell Chess. Spell Chess is a variant where players can cast spells in addition to making regular moves. There are two types of spells: Freeze, which temporarily stops pieces from moving, and Jump, which lets a piece leap to almost any square. And did we mention the cash prizes? The Spell Chess Championship has a $2,500 prize. All you have to do to play is join the community club, watch for the announcement each month, and join any of the 8 qualifying arenas. We'll see you there at the next Chess.com Community Championship.
Wear your love of chess on your sleeve with all new apparel and accessories from the Chess.com merch store. Maybe you simply want a clock that will never run out, or a mouse pad that will finally unlock your speed chess potential. Whether you play chess to get energized with your morning coffee, or play into the wee hours of the night and witness the occasional alien abduction, we've got something for every king, queen, and knight in shining armor. Even gift cards for your loved ones who've caught the chess bug. So check out the Chess.com shop for apparel, accessories, and more. Grab your favorites before they're gone.
And we are back, and it is the bullet portion. We have a whole lot of fast, furious chess ahead of us. David, such an incredible match. Divya has really just shown up today. She's come out swinging. It has been very much the Divya one-woman show, I would say.
Exactly. It's been that way for a few weeks now, Divya, of course, at the World Cup. I think not just the motivation, the kind of the form she showed there, but the belief that she can beat these players on a regular basis, these experienced grandmasters, and she's doing it again in great fashion. That killer instinct, never backing down. It's been, super impressive, leveling up in front of our very eyes. For Lei Tingjie, she needs a bit of a miracle. She needs 6 wins in the bullet portion, which is only 15 minutes long. It's going to be tough, but we're here for the ride.
We are certainly here for the ride, and we're also strapped in for the long haul, because after this match we also have an incredible lineup here. Look at this. Bibisara Assaubayeva, she's been a 2-time World Blitz champion. She plays Jiner. Now Jiner is actually playing and is on red hot form in the Turkish league. She's on, I think, 5 out of 5. And as we know, Jiner is a fantastic player there from China. But in the meantime, the players are ready. Lei Tingjie against Divya, Deshmukh. Now for Lei Tingjie, it's her last hurrah. She just needs to give it her all, play as quickly as she possibly can, and just see what happens. Also, let's not forget that point means money, because the players do get a whole portion of their winnings allocated to the percentage of their score.
So partly playing now for pride, partly playing for money. Maybe Lei Tingjie still surely believes that she can make some kind of comeback. Maybe not the whole way. 6 points is a lot to make up, but to get 2 or 3 wins in the bullet portion would be nice. We see the Queen's Gambit declined, Ivanka. Black Bishop on d6. This is your type of territory, at least a pawn structure you're familiar with.
Yes, it is my type of territory. Boring. Boring and
That's all I
solid,
said.
with a stable pawn structure. No, this is the kind of chess that I like. You go rook e8, you start to plan for a knight to e4, and if you don't manage to get knight e4, then you do this kind of whole thing. I was going to say knight b6 and get the bishop out, and then still play for knight e4. But Lei Tingjie, she's in a must-win scenario. She doesn't have time for any maneuverings. Go for b6, c5, hit them immediately.
Yeah, there was an opportunity I should just mention for black to play like a combination of c4 and g5, and the white minor pieces were lacking squares, but that moment has passed. So Lei Tingjie, maybe just, again, not quite seizing the moment. Eventually she does push c4, but only when the white bishop has some nice squares to jump to. And surely in the near future, she'll try and push b5, b4, create a pawn majority. Personally, I quite liked black's position, Ivanka, but of course, still early days.
Yeah, I really like black's position. You just have to hold the king side and make sure that no knight is coming to g4, and that's been done. So now you've got control of the center. So all that's left for black is to start quickly going b5, b4 at the right time. And you're doing well. And here it comes. a5 being a mistake, because it just relinquishes the tension there.
Yeah, a5 really helped black. I'm surprised she played it, Divya. Feels like she's full of confidence right now. And willing to take big risks, but b4 looks sensible. Rook takes e3. Wow. Okay, finally Lei Tingjie lands a tactic, and it's a good one. The white pawns are all going to drop. Rook takes e3 looks fantastic. Exchange attack, but inspired, Ivanka.
It is inspired, and what's also inspiring is the speed at which Lei Tingjie is playing. She's like, I'm not going to use any time on this whatsoever. Time is not my friend. So look at that. She's got 35 seconds. She did have 45 seconds, but okay. And she's playing fantastic chess. Knight is going to jump into e4, b4. The pawns are going to get motoring.
Yeah, got to get motoring soon. But black currently has 3 pawns for the exchange, so up material. Lei Tingjie wasn't a sacrifice after all. Bishop's coming into e4, maybe a knight on e4. Yeah, there we go, pawn to b4. And white's knight is doing some fishing. It's hunting for something up there, but not clear what. c2 looks good. You can kind of wait. You can just play h5, h4, knight g4, knight e4. Anything, but got to do it quick. If she wins this game in the next 5-10 seconds, I'd be optimistic, but unfortunately, Divya is going to play this until checkmate. Surely now, Ivanka.
Yeah, that's the problem with this, right? The strategy for Divya is very clear. She just has to string out these games for as long as humanly possible. Even though, like in a normal game, she probably would be resigning right now, because c2, rook to b1 is in the air. But the game isn't over until the king is checkmated.
And question is whether she trades off a set of rooks now. She gives a few checks, and there we go, Lei Tingjie. She's removing any risk. Rook takes a5, but it's costing her a lot of time on the match clock. We're down to 11 minutes. This game's taken nearly 4 minutes now. And yeah, to win 6 games, I think we can all do the maths there. If each game takes 4 minutes, she needs 24 minutes left. It's just not going to happen. Doing everything right, though, on this board, at least.
Yeah, she's making all the right moves, and she can even go king to f6 as well. But there we see throwing in some checks. Everything is going well for her on the board, but on terms of the match clock, it's not quite sufficient. And wow, big mistake there from Lei Tingjie. She might not even be winning this, as there we're seeing that the pawns cannot make any progress.
There we go. She put her pawns on squares. They'd be captured, and winning advantage gone. She's actually worse now with black. Oh, when it rains, it pours. What a day. And there we go. Divya wins on time. Lei Tingjie flags. And how many times have we said that already today?
Yeah, it really has gone all wrong for Lei Tingjie. Nothing is going her way. Completely winning, just missteps there. And it is Divya who just takes control. So now we're seeing the bishop come out to f4. So Lei Tingjie sticking to this strategy. I mean, white here has a very nice position. You jump in with your knight to e5. I say very nice in the sense that it's very simple to play.
Simple is good sometimes. But yeah, it's again one of those types of positions that might take an age to win. Even if you do win it, it's going to be a positional grind. Black's a6, by the way, for those theory monsters out there, was very slow. Knight e4 earlier would have been the move. And no, knight takes e4 there, followed by bishop c7, was just winning on the spot. Missing everything today, unfortunately, Lei Tingjie.
Yeah.
And Divya sees it, Jovanka.
Okay.
Divya saw it on the camera. She was laughing.
Yeah, well, sometimes someone is smiling on you, and that's what happens in chess. You know, you have an exceptional player like Lei Tingjie, and she's just being, I think, affected by the fact that she keeps losing on time. She keeps making these blunders, things just not going her way. And this is what we kind of describe as the tilt in bullet and blitz chess. You know, things just don't work out, and you just cannot seem to make things happen. But okay, we're seeing Lei Tingjie, she does have the advantage. She's able to take control of the c line. I'm thinking rook c7 at the right time. The knight drops back, pressure against d5.
Yep. Given a question mark, maybe because white should have been going the other way with the knight, but yeah, we'll see some exchanges, a little transition here. We'll see bishops come off the board. The whole center disappears. Level material. Divya, again, can play this on for 2 minutes if she wants. I think easily. King f2, just sit, wait, trade off knight for bishop. Lei Tingjie. I think the only question now, Jovanka, is whether she gets a single win in the match. Maybe this will be the one. The white bishop suddenly opening up. The white king getting in, but still going to take a while.
Yeah. And somehow, you know, it's just not working her way. And if that's being given a mistake, probably because the rook could have gone to a better square. But now white is in full control. It was a very difficult spot to find out why that move was bad.
Now, okay, she takes. She's going to be a pawn up. White's king is so near that it looks like it should be winning. I think she should just race here. Go forward. Why would you go back? Passive king in an endgame. Like, why would the king be on f2? Just run. Just gamble. And support the a-pawn. Black's so slow in any race. Still winning, apparently.
I just think that Lei Tingjie is just really being affected, and she's just trying, you know, to take as little risk as possible. She's not calculating, she's just simply playing on instincts. And unfortunately, you still do have to do those quick calculations. Now, where is the white king going to hide? It can just getting checked.
Yeah, and I think she's playing for some kind of rook exchange, like king e8, and then bring the rook across, give up the a-pawn, but it's not going to work. And it's like the 101 of rook endgames. I've seen so many people make this mistake, rushing a pawn the whole way up to a7, not giving your king anywhere to hide. Especially with the a-pawn, you can never do that if you want to win. Unless your opponent has big weaknesses on the other flank you can go to with your king. Now it's just going to be a draw. No way to make progress. Lei Tingjie, just been one of those days.
Yeah. Sometimes you have a bad day at the office, and this is just a bad day at a chess match. And it's a shame, though, because the endings have not been representative of Lei Tingjie's strength. I've seen her play some fantastic Armageddons. I've seen her play some absolutely amazing combinations. And what we're seeing here, I think, is just someone that's been affected by the whole tech situation and maybe the emotions of just spoiling those small moments.
Hmm. She might be forced to fight this on now. Divya's playing for the win. Divya's set up the e-pawn marching. There we go. I think that was the moment to bail out and trade some stuff off. Still some adventures ahead after rook a3 or rook g7, but the whole king side now should start disappearing. It's going to be a draw. But yeah, I mean, there's being in bad form, and then there's making a mistake like pushing a pawn to a7. I don't know which is like something you're taught when you first learn endgames. Okay, it's still going to be a draw, despite white's extra pawn here. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Maybe one more game ahead? Maybe two more games, Ivanka?
Yeah, maybe two more games isn't enough for Lei Tingjie, but we see Divya is forcing Lei Tingjie to play this out for as long as possible. Okay, and yeah, you can just see all the emotion there on Lei Tingjie's face. She's just annoyed, and Divya is doing
Rook
all the
b1.
right things.
Rook b1. Rook b1 would have been a cool way to finish the game with a stalemate. But yeah, a draw ultimately.
Mhm. Well, this could be our last game. This might be our penultimate game from Divya. There we're seeing English, and it's great strategy. Burn that clock. Just to keep the game very long, very tense.
Yeah. I don't think she needs to worry about the clock anymore, Divya. 7 points up with just 4 minutes to go. And if we see another Tarish defense, by the way, it was one of the more main lines, I'm going to say. Until this last move, bishop a3 makes an odd impression. Black probably goes for the c4 square sometime soon. That's black's compensation. White's shattered pawn structure for the lack of bishop pair. So a very level position. Lei Tingjie, will she get her first win? Ivanka, normally someone tails off when they're so far in the lead, it's hard to keep the energy up. So do you think this is the moment Divya allows Lei Tingjie that pride-gaining win?
Maybe, but I would say no. I haven't seen Divya like loosen her sharpness or lose anything. I just see her playing fantastic chess all the time. You know, she's able to find those counterattacking moves. Lei Tingjie definitely has the advantage here. She's a fantastic knight on c4, but on the other hand, Divya, she's so resourceful. She keeps finding opportunities for Lei to go wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very, very nice skill to have, to always see the hope in a position, see the resources. Black gave up a bishop, but that's because she's about to win the bishop on b2. And when the dust settles, I was going to say the white, after a queen trade, white would play rook b1 and go and grab on b7. But yeah, she allows the queens to trade, and now black definitely has the advantage, extra pawn. Yeah, maybe a missed opportunity not taking on b2 there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably was a missed opportunity, but we'll see how the players can generate some counterplay. We're seeing everything is looking great for Lei Tingjie. She has extra material. She has a strong knight about to land on f3.
Ooh, fork. Lei Tingjie. Knight f3 check.
There's
She's
some
going to find it.
hesitation though. She does.
Okay, and smile from Divya. Divya is not going to be unbeaten in this match, Ivanka. Surely now.
No, there's no way you can survive this one. Even with Divya's Houdini-like abilities.
Yeah, she needs a mouse slip or disconnect, Divya. I mean, stranger things have happened, but yeah, black's just going to push the h-pawn now. It's GG. Game over. Okay.
Yep. And looks like there will be another game in this match.
Okay. 9-4 would suddenly sound closer. 9-2 was almost unthinkable. Here she's just simplifying the equation. The b pawn's going to decide this. Divya's going to resign. Or maybe she'll play till checkmate.
Well,
Here we go.
She is playing to checkmate. You might as well.
Fair enough.
Lei Tingjie getting her first win, so 9 points to 3. Let's see what the final game in this match will be looking like. Will Lei Tingjie make it 2 games in a row? We'll find out. Lei Tingjie with the white pieces, she goes for that nice solid setup of a b3 support in the center. Now what you have to do is you can't step forward with the pawn. You just got to use that extra time to try and clamp down the black queen side.
And knight a6 are a bit of a surprising one. There's a lot of mainline theory there that goes on for 20, 25 moves, but Divya just posts her knight up in front of a isolated pawn. Makes a lot of sense. They've been debating this opening system with the kind of double fianchetto in multiple games this match. Mostly Divya's come out on top, at least in terms of result. But Lei Tingjie persevering. Nice to see that she hasn't given up. There hasn't been too much, shaking of the head, too much reaction, Jovanka. She's staying positive despite how literally everything that could have gone against her has gone against her, Lei Tingjie today.
Yeah. But sometimes life is like that, right? It's actually much more frustrating to lose in a very close encounter, where everything goes down to one wire, and then you kind of feel a little bit aggrieved, that the tech problems got in the way. But because everything has gone wrong that could possibly go wrong, Lei Tingjie is like, okay, fine, whatever. It just was not my day, not my turn.
Yeah. I think it's Murphy's Law, right? That when everything ends up going wrong. But okay, at least this position, she's limited the damage here, Divya. Although, just as I say that, she allows a knight fork to land her own knight fork. That is really, really clever. White's going to win the pawn on a7. But black at the very end, when the dust settles, is going to win the pawn on b5. She holds it together by tactics, by a thread.
Yeah. And that's actually just like a trademark of this new generation. They're able to do these quick fire tactics and spot at the end of the day that, okay, I'm fine and I can use the activity that I gain either to generate compensation or to be completely level. And I think black is doing quite well here. In fact, if you trade off rooks, the queen and knight will be working exceptionally well together.
Yeah, if anyone has to be careful, it might be Lei Tingjie, especially with the clock times. The white king, white bishop don't look too happy. Yeah, as you say, it's definitely a trait of this new, very successful generation who aren't scared to play moves that look bad if they happen to work in that one occasion. And they'd rather suffer actively. Look at this pawn sacrifice on e3. If it had been taken, white's structure would have been horrible for the rest of the game. Yeah, always just playing on the front foot. That's the main thing. Never just bowing down and reacting to what the opponent wants to create. And look at the black knight jumping in. Suddenly, Lei Tingjie is overextended.
Yeah. And you can see, oh, big moment. The queen sneaks in. Queen f2. Oh, the bishop is falling. And there you see Divya ends it with a win. 10 points to 3. Divya is making it to the quarterfinals where she's going to be facing former Women's World Champion Hou Yifan. Now, David, we thought at the start that this was going to be a very close affair. Too close to call it. Wow.
Yeah.
Divya has completely left us gobsmacked.
Exactly. Congratulations to Divya Deshmukh. She really deserved that win. Never really looked in doubt after the first 5+1 portion. Of course, there were disconnects. Of course, there were some unlucky kind of losses on time by Lei Tingjie early in the match. I think that set the tone. She never regained the momentum. But ultimately, yeah, congrats to Divya. We'll see her in the quarterfinals, see how far she can get, whether she can replicate her World Cup win.
Yeah, well, she was going to have a certain try at it. But, well, yeah, sad for Lei Tingjie. Never found her stride. But two players who will be looking to putting their front foot forward, well, it will be Bibisara Assaubayeva. She's a 2-time former Blitz world champion facing off against Jiner. Jiner having some great moments in chess. Actually playing in the Turkish league where she's on 100%. So that matchup is going to be incredibly exciting. David, I'm going to put you on the spot and ask you, can you make any short predictions?
Again, it's tough. Again, it's on paper a very close match that we're about to witness. And it's going to be a great continuation of what we've seen so far today. I would say Bibisara because it's Blitz. But if it were classical, I would probably gone the other way, Jiner. So we'll see. It's all about whether Zhu Jiner has enough gas left in the tank after playing in the Turkish league, as you were saying.
Absolutely. We will see which players are going to come energized and which ones will sadly be left behind. We're going to go on a break, and when we return, well, it starts at 6 p.m. Central European time. We are going to be following all of the action of that match, so stay tuned.
Child will win like this. There was a opening play like this, e4, e5. I think first one should be this one. e4, e5, bishop c4. I think we call this bishop opening because next move is queen h5 and to checkmate. And as a beginner, I think a lot of kids will play bishop c5, try to play like white, and here we go queen h5, and some people will think that we're gonna eat this pawn and to protect, and we just take it. I think this is a kind of like opening trap.
And did you ever win a game as a child using this?
Of course, because I think every child will win like this. Yeah, because it's easy, and nowadays if you like teach some like a beginner, and they will also do it. I think Hou, because generally she has like a perfect instinct for generally for chess. I think about the time, because generally everyone gonna make a mistake, and if you play quite fast. But okay, the quality of the game is really hard to say. I think I played once before, and I was really enjoying playing that. But for me, I think speed chess is like a really fun things to do. So I think for me, my strategy is try to enjoy playing and don't think about the preparation too much, because just like I said, because we're gonna make a lot of mistakes. So like opening preparation, I think is not very important, but maybe like energy, and also like when you how to say down points, but maybe you still have time to chase and like a 1+1 or something like that. No, I think generally all chess is include luck and skills. It's not only for the speed chess. I think sometimes actually it's really can't control, like you have a winning position, but under the time pressure and also like different circumstances, and you just can't explain what happened, but maybe you just lose a chance to win this game. So I think, but for me, I think when you lose some kind of position like that, or some tournament like that, maybe in the future the luck will come back. Yeah.
Blink and it's gone. Hesitate and your history.
Gotta move, gotta move, gotta move.
Oh, she lost. Unbelievable.
This is women's speed chess.
Oh my goodness!
It's a collision of elite minds, a global showcase of brilliance under pressure.
Wow. Beautiful checkmate there from Vaishali.
Their precision, razor sharp. The attacks, blistering. The tactics, bold. And their tempo, lightning fast.
Knight G4 and mate. Ooh, make sure you're doing your tactics at home, boys and girls. Knight H4, you win the queen. That's it. That's the match.
Wenjun is the champion.
The 2025 Women's Speed Chess Championship starts now.
Hello, and we are back with our final match of the day. It is the final round of 16. It's been an incredible Women's Speed Chess Championship so far, and it's only just beginning. And for those of you just joining in, I'm your host, International Master Ivan Kahauska, and as always, it's great to be with this gentleman who is the voice, the understanding of chess, Grandmaster David Hou. Now, David, it was like super close on paper between Divya and Tingjie. In the end, it was a one-woman show. Divya just overpowering Tingjie. But I'm going to jinx us again. I'm going to ask, okay, we thought it might be also close between Jiner and also Bibisara Assaubayeva. Do we still stand by that within the, the last half an hour? Have we changed our minds?
Ooh, I'm still going to say it's close between the two players we're about to see, but I am a big believer in the side who has won the most titles. It shows that they can clutch things up, that they have the big game experience, and that, this time, for now, is Assaubayeva. Bibisara, she's won 2 World Blitz titles. Jiner, of course, fantastically strong, mostly focused on classical, I believe. So I'm going to say that kind of speed chess edge for Bibisara. How about yourself, Ivanka? Who's going to be our final quarterfinalist?
Yeah, Bibisara Assaubayeva, she recently became a grandmaster, so she does have momentum on her side in that respect. Also, as you say, able to rise up to the challenge, have those big match moments. I do agree with you, but I have a feeling that Jiner, she's going to be very, very dangerous. You know, she's been rested. There's currently around 10 in the Turkish league happening, so she's rested so that she can play this match, and she has already won a game. She won a game this morning, so I suspect that she will have itchy fingers to win some more games.
Yeah, winning streaks. There's something to be said for just playing while you're hot. Like, as soon as you start winning, start feeling the flow, like, just keep going and going and going. But surely energy plays a part. She's playing classical chess in the Turkish league. Suddenly it's a total switch up to blitz, potentially bullet. We'll see. I guess we'll find out whether being fresh like Bibisara, who I believe hasn't really played so much since she competed in Las Vegas alongside some of the best players in the world, or being kind of match fit like Jiner, playing constantly, it seems.
Yeah, we will find out. And it's interesting because you were saying like, oh, will Jiner be tired? And at that precise moment, we had like a private view into her camera where she was like getting into the zone. She was getting ready. I'm guessing that they're just checking the technology, making sure everything is all well and good. And we see these very extravagant curtains. I mean, I have to say that everyone who's been competing in the Turkish league, well, Alexandra Maltsevskaya did lose, but Polina Shivalova, she did win. I think on the whole, those curtains are lucky. Those rooms, those hotel rooms.
Yeah, everything's always very flamboyant in Turkey. A great place to play some chess. Bibisara, I was going to say looking ready to go, but just there, she was wiping her eyes, maybe just trying to get the last remnants of rustiness off, shake it off before the games begin. We have seen mostly those who take the lead in the 5+1, they have been the favorites We have seen a big comeback from Alice Lee, but throughout the quarterfinals, it feels like getting off to a fast start often is a bit of an advantage.
Yeah. And talking about starts, we are off. And there we're seeing Bibisara with the white pieces. Now, she's recently gone back to her favorite e4, e5. It was a very good idea because she actually netted her third norm doing this switch up. But I did see for a while that she was experimenting with retis. But it's nice to see that she's gone back to her aggressive style.
Yeah, and we see a Spanish, Aurora Lopez. A bit of a twist. The white knight rarely comes out to c3 this early, but this is still a well-known variation. And the white bishop kicked back. Often we see white, actually the bishop normally comes to c5, I should mention, but white often goes like d3, bishop g5, quickly tries to put a knight on d5. So we'll see what Bibisara has in store here. There's a bit of a waiting game as well. You don't necessarily need to castle early, because if black castles too soon, you can start punting the g-pawn forward. So, okay, there we go. d6 keeps an eye on that g4 square. Interesting mind games, I've got to say. Still very classical opening, Jovanka, but some little intrigues behind the surface here.
Yes, and well, we see questions being asked already on the left side of the board. What are you going to do with the b-pawn? Are you going to step it forward? Are you going to go rook to b8 and overprotect it? Now, my instinct is to go rook to b8 just because I have throwbacks from the Archangel variation where that was the way you handle any a4 pushes. But there we see rook b8 keeping the tension. And now the question is what to do and to jump into the center. So this is still very much within the realms of theory according to the opening database.
Yeah, still very well-known stuff. This rook b8 move, like you said, it comes from other variations as well, like the Archangel, but in the Martial variation of the Spanish, Magnus Carlsen was the one who revived it at the highest level. It was kind of looked down upon. Everyone was just pushing a pawn to b4, and that was okay too. But rook b8's been very trendy as a reaction to a4 in general, so no surprise there. The one downside for black opening up the a file is that you can never really take on d5. Imagine white push the pawn to c3. Knight takes d5 will always be met by e takes d5, and the black knight on c6 is actually trapped. That's one big detail in the position. So you have to be slightly wary, slightly careful. Bishop to d7. What Magnus always does is like h6, rook e8, bishop f8. Then you clear the e7 square for the knight on c6. Then you take knight e7, knight g6. It's like a formulaic plan. Happens every time, and he makes it look like a dead draw, basically, Magnus Carlsen.
Mm-hmm. Didn't he do it against Nepo? I can vaguely remember that there was something very similar. And it's quite funny because it almost seems in the Lopez, you can always do this rook e8 plan to go bishop f8, and you're either going to go for d5 or actually just to go for rerouting the knight. And we're seeing h6. I'm expecting c3 to make an appearance. Okay.
Yeah, I thought c3 as well. I guess she was trying to set up some sneaky bishop takes h6, but with the bishop on f8, that never really works. Black has too many defenders. So queen d2 is a bit of a mysterious one. She wants to come in with her rooks. Now I'm expecting the tension to be released because knight e7 probably is a fine defense. Yeah, Daniel Dubov and Magnus Carlsen, those are the two. Daniel Dubov in the Italian, he does this exact same plan as well. He just goes bishop e7 very modestly. Then he goes like h6, rook e8, bishop f8, knight takes d5, knight e7, knight g6. And he always seems to equalize. So it's Magnus and his good friend, Daniel Dubov. I'm going to say the kind of forefathers of this, the godfathers of this variation, this plan for black.
And there we're seeing you predicted it. It occurred. And actually having... we had, I think she's a former member of the Chinese team, or somehow she worked with them. But having Lang Liao on our team, she gave us some insights into how the Chinese are working. And she said they work very hard. A lot of study on the openings, a lot of emphasis that, you got to work out your plans. You got to know exactly what direction you're going. If there's a critical line, they will have memorized it. And it's impressive actually to finally have revealed to us, how many hours people are putting into the game.
Yeah, it always makes me feel bad, like not spending more of my time looking at openings, but that's what the professionals have to do nowadays. It's very different to just 10 years ago where you can kind of get away by winging it. You turn up, you turn up at the tournament, you bring your laptop, you look at your opponent's games for like an hour. Fine, I've decided on my variation. Let's see what happens. Now it's all about the little details, all about the depth, all about getting those small advantages. And first question mark given to a move here. Essentially a bad pawn structure for black, and the white queen is coming in, Jovanka.
Yeah, and well, you're talking about the little details, and that was certainly a small detail that doesn't favor black. And here, it certainly makes sense, right? Because white has that free hand on the queen side, whereas black doesn't actually have too much of a plan. But interesting, why is rook a7 inaccuracy? Queen a5 was the better move. It's again a case of small margins.
Very small margins, of course, but the white rook is definitely not better on a7 than it was on a6. a6 was a far better square. There's actually more targets on this row than there are the 7th rank. Also, the white queen lost the opportunity to come in without getting exchanged, and the white rook will have to move again. It's just going to get hit. So she's essentially lost a tempo there. Assaubayeva, maybe not a big deal, but small margins, and maybe what that one tempo is the difference between having a big advantage with white and maybe here just being totally equal instead. I'm expecting queen takes queen followed by rook to b8 or maybe b4 or this. And black looks totally fine now.
Yeah, totally. And I'm impressed actually, like because we saw the evaluation bot, coming in with the queen to a5 that the rooks took better on a6, which we're taught like since we were kids. The rook is amazing on the 7th rank. That's where you want to put it. But how funny, the rook on b7 doesn't actually have any targets, and black can just comfortably hold the position. And that's such a fascinating. I don't know whether to be depressed or to be really excited by the fact that there's so many resources in chess.
Yeah, it's a bit of both, right? As a defender, like you always got to love the fact that this is resources. You can always rely on something to keep the game going. But as an attacker or someone who wants to press an advantage, it's like, so frustrating. In the meantime, question mark move given. I'm wondering whether it's because the black rook can now infiltrate. I'm very surprised she gave up the A file. The other kind of question is whether to push forward with D5. Jovanka, which one is going? I was going to say, is she going to go for D5?
I was going to say D5, because I wanted to control the circuit of the knight, and plus I felt like black can expand. But rook A8 makes a lot of sense, right? Rook A2 is coming. Also, D5 is still very much in the air, so you might as well maximize all of your pieces. I did like your what you said earlier on. You said minimalism, not good in chess. In chess, you want to be as maximalist as possible.
Especially in blitz, I'm going to say. Like, you can't play for these small little niggly things in blitz because sooner or later, the critical moments, they're always tactical based, or they're always, I don't know, it's always very momentum based, modern chess. But maybe in classical, you can get away with eking out small advantages and playing for the minimum and minimizing anything that can go wrong. But here, I do feel momentum has turned, Jovanka. Like the black rook coming in, it feels like Bibisara might have overplayed her hand.
Yeah. And Bibisara, as one of our viewers points out, was so strong. She played in the freestyle in Vegas. It was absolutely sensational that she got the invite. I think she acquitted herself fairly well, right? She was playing the best in the world. I mean, that must have been incredible training for her.
Exactly. The top players in the world, they play training games against each other just to kind of get sharp, get fit, and definitely great warm-up for the Women's Speed Chess Championship for Bibisara. She was so close as well against Lenia Dominguez. Like, she had her chances in that match, in the knockout there. She also did decently, got a few draws in the round-robin stage in Vegas. Knight d4 in the meantime. I'm expecting that knight to be captured, Jovanka, but it's going to be rook and knight versus rook and bishop. Which one do you favor?
Oh, well, now I'm really liking black because the bishop is just so powerful. Even though it's like literally on its starting square, it can just do its job from afar. And the black rook is so active, has a target. How are you going to defend c2? Well, you can't, so you have to go on the counterattack. And now the king is going to... I want to snake the way up to g6 and find some safety there. And then just come out with the bishop to f6, anchor it down.
Nice. She hears you, Jovanka. Great call there. King g6. Yeah, really hard for white here. Pressure's definitely on white, right? Like, black's plan is easy. You just take a pawn. For white, you have to kind of carve out your own counterplay, whether that's rook back to b6, it came from there though, or rook to b8, keep harassing the bishop. But like you said, the bishop saves itself on e7. It's going to be defended by its king if need be. And maybe it's even going to come out, like you said, bishop g5, rook c2.
Yeah.
No time on the clock for Bibisara.
No time. And we've seen mistakes happen when the clock starts ticking down. And I wasn't sure about bishop g5, even though it looks very active. Somehow or other, I went a bit like passive with bishop f6 just to kind of hold everything together. And then, but interesting stuff. You know, this knight on c4 is still a fantastic defender. So somehow, if you can just remove the d6 pawn without losing too much damage. Wow, okay.
Yeah, bishop f6. Only move, apparently, to maintain equality here. Suddenly, Jiner, she's kind of played herself into a corner. That black bishop was actually pretty safe where it was earlier. Now it's getting kicked back. d6 might fall, e5 might come. This is a 3-result game suddenly. She's lost all momentum, Jiner, until maybe a bit hasty. Knight takes d6 grab, because it allows this move, rook d2. I'm still saying this is anything can happen, Ivanka.
Yeah, absolutely. But what about this? Knight c4 has been the only move to maintain the balance. Not an easy find at all. And of course, rook takes pawn check was a given. And just like that, the squares are weak on the king side. Bishop to g3, rook g3.
Ooh, knight e8. But it does allow the black king in. I don't think it's too threatening. There we go. The knight's going to capture some pawns, but it's all about the white king, which is actually in a mating net now. Rook, bishop, king, pawn, they're all surrounding it.
And the players are playing with no time. It's just a question of who can play fast here and good moves. And Bibisara finding some counterplay, but it's not enough. The bishop on h4 holds everything together. Zhu actually takes that first win. Very nice game, I would say, from Zhu.
Yeah, especially at the closing stages, she handled it really nicely. The final move, pawn to b3, really classy touch, closing the mating net and forcing Bibisara to time out there. Yeah, unlike the earlier match where we saw Tingjie lose a few games on time, this one was very much decided on the board. I'm going to say Bibisara had nothing to do in the final position anyway. But here we go. Colors reversed. Bibisara looks a bit flustered, but yeah, it's only one game and still a long match ahead. Still 32 minutes left on the 5+1 portion. This is a branch of the Sicilian Najdorf. Bibisara, she's quite a counter puncher, Ivanka, so maybe having black isn't necessarily the worst thing.
No, it's definitely not the worst thing. I also like the fact that she goes for this uncompromising play, you know. Now, you got to kind of rise to the challenge. And Jiner, she is such an aggressive player. And I was flicking through her game. She's always kind of castling queenside and opposite side Sicilian. She'll be making that kind of chess. And she thrives in the complications. So I think that this is a great approach. Go for a kind of a safer strategical game, but not without its counter strikes. And there I'm expecting the knight to I wasn't expecting the queen to go to b8. I was expecting a knight to go to c6, but maybe that would have been passive.
Yeah, I mean that is the plan as well. Like the knight coming round back to b8, round to c6. I guess that would maybe lose some control over the b6 square. There is a plan in these positions to go like bishop to d8, and then to try and break out with b6 and take back with a bishop and try to create some counterplay on that side of the board. h3 is very cagey. I'm expecting rook e8 though first, just to kind of get ready. Yeah, I remember looking at these types of positions. Like Karpov used to be on the white side for years. Just very positional. He tries to take all the sting out the Sicilian. But yeah, in recent times, yeah, these positions debated still. And rook c6, I don't like the look of that just because knight d5 might come with a bit of tempo. Like e takes d5 will always hit the black rook. But okay, it's all about the maneuvering phase, and that move does land.
It does land, and very direct play. I was looking at moves like rook e2, rook d2, pile on the pressure, and control d5. But this is definitely very concrete stuff. And now the question is, can you do anything with what you'd like to do? What I would like to do is go knight d2, c4. Okay, bishop e2, c4, and then back that up with b4, and then seize the space on the queen side.
Yeah. White's plan is very, very clear here. I actually like your knight d2 bit better than bishop back. I'm not sure why bishop e2 was chosen. But in the meantime, black should play on the other flank, pawn majority on the king side. So moving the black knight out the way, getting f5, f4 type ideas going. I'm expecting maybe a move like knight e4 or knight e8 in the near future. Bibisara, I've seen her play these types of positions before, actually, this exact pawn structure in the Sicilian, so she won't be any stranger to this, but it does feel like she's the slower of the two so far, and she lashes out b5, forgetting en passant here, Ivanka.
And that is the first move to consider, right? Consequences of the actions. But yeah, I mean, you are saddling yourself with a very weak pawn on a6, but the question is how to defend d5. You can't, but you can take the knight and then grab the pawn and done. Still questions. How to defend d5 without weakening the b3 knight.
Yeah, like you would love to kind of get a knight on c6 as well in the near future, but d5 is hanging right now. Not so easy. Like rook a5 looks really clumsy. Using a square the white knight wants to use, but maybe that's the best. The black will continue creating some counterplay. I don't hate this pawn sacrifice, actually, from Bibisara. I think it's given her at least an active plan.
Yeah, I agree. I was thinking also to go c4, and but I'm not a big fan of that one because after rook b8, you're forced to drop the rook back to a3, and then you're going to have to do a whole lot of contorting to get out of that queenside bind.
Yeah, always dangerous to push the c-pawn. White's pieces were hanging in some of those variations as well. Queen takes d5, I'm expecting probably more than queen takes b2. B2 pawn is a passed pawn, but d5 looks so important, protecting this outpost on c6. Oh, I don't know. Which one do you predict, instinct-wise?
Yeah. I just
That's right.
realized my c4 failed to queen takes rook. Simple chess.
I
Yeah,
don't want to say,
okay.
Ivanka. I
Yeah.
don't want to say.
Whoops. And then never mind. It is what it is. But yeah, no, I thought taking on d5. Okay, so now it's a full fight, actually.
Yeah, and rook fc8 is pointed out as the best move by the computer. The blue arrow saying it's the only move to maintain the balance. I was going to say anything else is really slow because now white's going to get time to go like c4, b4, b5 and cement the white knight on this square. You had to kick it away before there was time to bring in reinforcements. And okay, she starts with c4. I actually like that one. The bar drops slightly. Maybe b4 was a better way to start, but okay, now maybe bishop to f3 or maybe a knight capture. The white b pawn is going to be the hope here for Jiner.
Yeah, and the thing is that there's no way to target the b pawn. The square on b8 is covered, and I was just going to say that if you try to go knight takes knight, there is always some bishop takes knight, and then you're able to anchor the bishop either on b5 or d5, and that piece is very, very strong. And wow, we're seeing e4. E4 is such a radical move.
Yeah, she needs to
I
play
don't
it
think
here
that would
and
be
now.
on my radar.
Yeah,
That
it's
would not
difficult.
be on my radar.
Yeah, bishop takes b2 is the idea coming next. If she doesn't play it now, just to show a variation very quickly, knight takes knight would be a losing mistake because after rook to b8, and now white plays b4, and it's too late to stop the pawn. You can't take it because of back rankers. This is terminal. So yeah, again, if you take and then go e4, the pawn can simply run away. So e4 now is the way forward. And when white recaptures, now you can trade knights. And now you take on b2, and ultimately you should be able to save this game. She doesn't spot it. If we go back, she's played g6, given a question mark, and this isn't going to be one-way traffic. That b pawn is never going to be stopped now.
Yeah, and there we see a shake of the head from Jiner. She knows she's got it. b4, that knight is going to be anchored with a b5. Look at that. She controls absolutely everything. And the bishop on f6 is not even able to get into the game to even attempt a blockade.
Yeah, you need to pick up that black bishop and put it on like c5 or d4, and then it kind of defends and attacks at the same time, but just no way to get it round. Very weak pawn on d6. Like you said, bishop d5, support it with rook to b1. Boom, boom, boom. And b pawn is going to decide this one.
Mm-hmm. And one thing that I'm also concerned about is that you don't even need to rush with advancing the b pawn, although that looks incredibly good. I was just thinking you can go rook a7 and then try and win f7 at the same time as well.
Oh, rook a7 looks super strong now. Oh, b7. Yeah, maybe some hope for a blockade for black, but your rook a7 now, I think, won on the spot, Jovanka, breaking through on the 7th rank. This one still needs a bit of work. How to finish rook a8. She's going to go with the other rook now. There is a blockade.
Yeah. Rook c6.
Might be broken.
Yeah, that's what they say about blockades. Even the best ones can be broken. Yeah, rook c6, rook c8. Also, there's no way to get the king into the fray as well. I mean, unless the rules of chess suddenly changed. And yeah, are we going to see Bibisara throw in the towel? She can barely make a move.
Yeah, there we go. She does resign, Bibisara. She only had 23 seconds on the clock. We've got to watch out for that trend. 2 minutes for Jiner. Very impressive, the speed and the accuracy there. There was one chance for Bibisara to equalize, maybe, but I mean, it was a tough chance, like you said, Jovanka. And if you're just looking for chances to equalize, it's never a great situation to be in anyway. And we see a repeat of game 1 of this match.
And it's going to be interesting because the players would not have had a chance to even look at where they could improve in their previous game. And we saw that Bibisara had one chance in this game, in their first game, to actually get a significant advantage. Will she be aware of that? Who will be the one to change?
Yeah, so far so good. The players basically continuing. Jiner switches it up slightly. Like last time she played bishop d7 first, so she's trying to save a tempo. She's trying to keep the bishop on c8 just to stop any rook a6 infiltrations. I think that's a good kind of small improvement for Jiner. She's doing exactly what Magnus likes to do, but still a bit tricky. There are some tactics. For example, after knight takes d5, bishop takes d5. If you drop back with your knight, white can play bishop to a7, trapping the rook on b8. I remember looking at that years ago, but can't remember the evaluation, of course. I don't study openings as much as these two do. But yeah, there's something to think about here for Jiner.
Yeah. And well, it's a very important idea. I always like to have openings which have a little trap in them because you never know, your opponent could fall into them. And we have step 1, bishop takes knight is what we're expecting. And now, well, hang on a second. Didn't we just look at this? There's bishop to a7.
Yeah, and I remember the computer was like, oh, not that impressed. Bishop a7 might be played. So I don't know. I'll just very quickly put it on the board, like bishop to a7. Oh, actually, it's going to happen. And we're going to see white grab some material, and now the black knight moves. And exactly what I was going to show has appeared. Like, if the white bishop tries to save itself now, watch out. There might be ideas like bishop takes h3. Okay, maybe not immediately, but the black queen coming to g6, threatening checkmate. Bishop takes h3 coming into the game. And actually, what's happened is she's played c5 first. This bishop, maybe there's just no way home either, Jovanka. Maybe she's walked into a bit of a trap. When I was looking at this, I was looking at it from the black side, and I realized it was a possibility. So, Jiner, maybe she's laid a bit of a sneaky one for Bibisara.
Yeah, she's put some poisoned food out there for Bibisara to snack on. Well, it's quite interesting because they can see the evaluation bar is like firmly level. So that indicates there is compensation. But okay, king to h1. I was expecting king to h2. I don't know why I felt that the king was intrinsically safer on that square. But this is good, getting it out of the eye line. But the question is, you can't save the bishop on a7 in the sense that it's difficult to get it into the game unless you're looking at going at b4. So black has to do something right now. What about your queen to f6 idea? Are we looking at as black going, oh yeah, g5? No, am I really g5, h5, g4? No. Don't play chess like that, Yovi. You're too predictable.
I don't hate it. I mean, it's a big question whether to attack with pieces or to attack with pawns. That's always something I struggle with. I kind of naturally want to attack with pawns first. Like foot soldiers go first, heavy artillery goes second. But there we go. Just as I was drawing the arrow, she shows attacking with pieces. This is actually the move I would have played. So I'm going to pretend that question mark isn't there. Maybe bringing the queen first was better, but rook e6, rook g6 looks very tasty, Ivanka. I can't blame her at all for going for this.
Yes, it does certainly does look good, but you do have knight to e1 at the end of the day. And wow, d4 awarded an X. This looks very natural, especially when you're thinking that rook to g6 will be met by knight to e1. Everything is covered, but is there like some decisive sacrifice somewhere? Queen coming to h4.
I was very curious, so I did turn on the engine, and very briefly, she played the right first move, e takes d4, but she should have played bishop to b7 last move, and it was very difficult to hold the e4 pawn, and this whole diagonal would have been very much blacks for the taking. So right now, this last move, an inaccuracy from Jiner, and Bibisara shuts the king side, rook g1. And yeah, maybe she's going to get her bishop out. Maybe she's just going to enjoy her material advantage. Bishop b7 now is going to be met by d5, and it's a bit different this time.
Interesting. Interesting, because suddenly, just like that, the bishop is going to start playing in the game. Okay, big threat. Rook takes g2, or no threat, actually. No threat.
It looks like a threat, right? But actually, everything's defended. Like white will play rook takes g2 and rook h2 in most scenarios. Knight h2 will always block. So if there's no threat and she realizes it, Bibisara, maybe she's just going to take on c5.
Yeah. Yes. It's incredible, right? Because at first my spider senses were like, oh my god, do something about h3. And no, you absolutely do not need to do anything about it. Yeah, take the pawn on c5, and then Bibisara is gonna be making her comeback.
Yeah, big moments. According to the evaluation, that's the only way to keep the advantage for white. She finds it, Bibisara. And yeah, this game is already shaping up to be really, really fun. It's always nice when someone's willing to sacrifice despite being 2 points up in the match. So Jiner, she's doing something that I thought Tingjie would try to do in the earlier match. Ivanka, just go all guns blazing, attack, front foot. But, yeah, this game it might not be working out, but Jiner, I'm a big fan of this style.
Yeah. I'm also a big fan of how she's managed to positionally outplay Bibisara at moments. Like the first game was incredible to me, how she was able just to coordinate those pieces, get her rook to better files, and how quickly she was able to play with just seconds remaining. Because that, as we've seen throughout these matches, has been the measure of the great players. They're able to hold their nerve when the clock is down to 2 seconds. 1 second increment is really not very much. But here, Jiner, I think, will be losing it. I think we might see Jiner kind of go back to her kind of more positional style, where she just waits for Bibisara to start making advances.
Boo. I think so too. I think that's it's proven effective in the first 2 games, but it's also fun to see these kind of tactical clashes, these melees. Super messy, but a lot of fun to calculate. And yeah, I've been trying to work out, like, I don't think any sacrifices work here for black. And if not, just as I say it, she goes for it. Maybe she felt there was nothing better. And I was going to say at the very end of the line, bishop to g4 would have been met by rook to a3, defending across the 3rd rank. So black running out of resources there. Now this check. Which way is white's king going? Can go either way, actually, here, Ivanka.
Yeah, it can go, because you can go h1 and hide behind the knight when it arrives on h2. I think I would. A knight is a king's best friend. I'd rather that than kind of go out in the open with king f1.
Yeah, king f1 feels a bit scary. Like black will play queen takes e4 and bring the bishop out to h3, and it does feel a bit matey. So yeah, king on h1, knight on h2, put the pawn on f3, and I don't think you're going to get mated, at least. Although black's going to get a bunch of pawns. We could see a rook versus like 4 pawns here, Ivanka.
Yeah. I was actually thinking that she might go all in and go queen takes e4, but that's still very much on the cards. Actually, I mean, despite the evaluation bar saying this is like completely winning for white, I feel like there's tremendous amount of danger. White won't be able to rest until the queens are off.
Oh, this last move may be a slip, though. Maybe queen d8, pinning the bishop, threatening stuff like bishop takes c5. Still not over. Black will play bishop b7, but that looks like a good start.
Yeah, black needs that one move, right? It needs to kind of go king h7 and then bishop d6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And yeah.
Big moment. Wow. I just again checked the eval bar and checked the computer. Bishop takes c5 apparently pretty much wins on the spot. That is not easy. Bishop takes c5. If the black bishop recaptures, she misses it, then white had a check, and picking up one of the bishops, that would have been game over. But now it's still alive. The computer only says plus 2 point something. And considering white's got an extra rook, that does say something to us here, Yamanka.
Yeah, it certainly does. And the bishop coming out to b8. I'm expecting the queen to step up to e3 and, or yeah, f4. Who f4 is even better. Offer itself up for trade. Everything comes with some tempo. And yeah, I mean, black has to play very accurately in order to keep on with that momentum. Maybe you can just forget that you're playing a rook down and go c4.
Promote a pawn. Oh, whoops. My arrow is going awry there. But yeah, black can push. She pushes in front of her own king instead. That does feel super risky. Feels like it might help white get the game in the bag.
Mm-hmm.
Queen e3. The white knight can come to g4 later with some nice jumps in mind. Not now. Not now.
Definitely not now because of the pin. And there you see Jiner. She's got 21 seconds, but Bibisara has 31 seconds. So that's in her favor. And well, she's mixing it up. But you can actually take it now, although you don't want to because the bishop takes f3. Check.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe rook g1.
G1.
Autopilot move. Oh, she tries to trade queens instead. Also very logical. Doesn't matter how many pawns you drop. If you get the queens off the board, should be able to get the job done. King g1 now. Sidestep. There we go. And bishop b5. Yeah, the dark squares are going to be blocked by white's pieces. Ivanka, this one's going to be a comeback. Bibisara is going to get on the scoreboard. There we go.
2-1. And suddenly Bibisara's making a comeback. And the question now flips over to Jiner, where we ask her, how good are your bounce back skills? Are you able to recover from this loss? Will she be able to reset? And we see the players, they're faithful to their openings. Bibisara again choosing the knight off. So I'm expecting bishop, now b5. So we have a different plan there from Jiner. No a4, a5s.
Yeah, and the reason this is supposed to be maybe, at least it's less popular than the lines Bibisara was playing earlier, is because of exactly what Zhu Jin has done. She's forced black's pawn forward to b4, where it is actually hit, and now you cannot, or maybe you don't really want to take the knight on d5 because white's queen will take, the black rook in the corner would be hit and forced to do some, gymnastics just to stay on the board. So bishop b7 instead. If I remember correctly, bishop c4 is one of the main moves in this position. Knight takes b4 probably isn't the pawn you want to take while your central pawn is under fire, but yeah, heavy theory battle here.
Yeah, bishop c4 makes complete sense, right? To overprotect the d5 square. Just what is? Yeah, I mean, I can check for you. There has been one game in the database, and
maybe knight takes f6 as well, followed by bishop c4. Yeah, I mean, all positions in the Najdorf look the same to me, so I'm not the best person to ask, but it does feel like this has been debated at top level before.
Yeah, somehow or other, the pawn structure is very similar. So what I'm sure what is relevant in this structure in another position is actually relevant here. So I was expecting bishop c4 makes so much sense, and then I would be expecting knight to d7. But yeah, your second move that you suggested also being played. But either way, white is playing to control d5. So bishop c4 puts bishop on d5.
Yeah, I actually like this move order better than starting with bishop c4 because now black can't play knight d7 without dropping the d6 pawn. Queen to d3. That one's slightly odd. Bishop on e2 isn't super happy about that decision. Also, the queen is not completely invulnerable there. So, okay, the player's freestyling somewhat. Bibisara, I think she's happy now. She's stabilized a bit with black.
Well, decision time though. What is she going to do about the d6 pawn? And she has a few options. She can go bishop a6. You can go bishop e7, sound the retreat.
Mhm.
And you can kind of say, aha, not en prise after all, because the pawn on e4 is very loose. And I just like how Jiner, she's not flustered at all. It doesn't come as a surprise to her. She just kind of gets on with development at the end.
Yeah. All the white pieces in play. She's going to play c3 next, try and open up the white rook. After knight c6, you might think twice, but yeah, c3 or c4, one of the two. And the big question is whether that pawn is captured. If not, white's got a bind for the rest of this game, Jovanka. Black's not going to break in the center. We see en passant, and now black finds herself pinned instead.
Yeah. Like, it is an insane amount of accuracy there from, as Sambuca 2020 is saying. And black really, you almost feel like needs to be just giving up some material. And I'm just thinking about the d6 pawn. Just give up material in order to get out of this bind. So this is a bad move.
Mm-hmm.
Is there some knight to d4 ideas? D5 ideas?
Yeah.
B4?
Yeah, I think she had an opportunity actually to kind of plant her bishop on d5 before the black queen moved, before the black knight moved. So f3 is actually a very weakening move. It looks like it defends a pawn, but this diagonal as well. Watch out for that to become a factor later. And there we go, breaks in the center. Bibisara suddenly turning things around. They do say in the Sicilian, especially this pawn structure, if you can break with d5 effectively, advantage might switch hands. So great move.
Yes, and you have to take that pawn. You can't allow it to live and advance one square further to d4. So I'm expecting pawn takes d5, and then you just deal with the consequences of that one. I mean, white still has some possibility to kind of go rook takes rook and slide the queen over. I don't think maybe you even need to trade off rooks. But why is Jujiner thinking? What could she be thinking? Is she considering a knight jumping into c5?
Yeah, maybe knight c5. Hitting the black bishop, some calculation needed there. Black can maybe even play d4 in that position as well, but probably black would take that knight and start taking stuff on e4. There's a lot to calculate. But yeah, is it wise to spend a whole minute and change to start doing all the counting or the calculation? She does play it. Very ambitious. I notice she always plays the most ambitious moves to Jiner, whether it's good or not. That's a nice nice quality to have. Oh, d4. We're going to see some fun. Fireworks, Jovanka.
We are indeed. And suddenly two pieces are on prise. Okay, now how to save the knight on b7? You cannot, so you save the bishop. So, but I'm not a big fan of this particular move because suddenly the d5 pawn has become a monster on d4 and white has to be looking at ways to undermine it. Almost. I'm thinking with moves such as f4, bishop to g3. Yeah, this is looking like this is going to be one tense game. But at the minute, Bibisara just turning things around.
Yeah, I like h6, getting the idea of bishop g5 on the table. That's shut down by white playing h4. It feels like only black can really win this. Maybe you can build a fortress with white, stop the black d-pawn from ever really moving, and you hold a draw. Maybe bishop on c4 later, pawn on b3, just hold the light squares. But yeah, very much black trying to make the magic happen. And Bibisara also with a full minute time advantage.
And I love this last move, right? She's just going to double up, pile on the pressure on the c line. And Jujiner, she had to react like this, rook c4. And questions still remain. Like, you have to go b3, you have to kind of hold still. But this bishop on f2 is such a bad piece.
For now, although even the worst bishops are pretty decent defenders. So yeah, maybe one day white gets bishop g3, f4.
Yeah. You know what they say, about bishops. I remember that. I think it wasn't some problem. I was like, okay, yeah, even the worst bishops can sometimes be better than those knights.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like black's knight is beautiful, by the way, but can it support the pawn? This is the big question. d3, very, very nice idea. Like bishop takes d3 now, the black queen would just shuffle across with a pin, and that bishop is doomed. So untouchable. Bishop c5 is coming to trade off. And I was going to say Zhu Jiner needs to deal with it, but apparently a mistake.
Yeah. I was going to, can she not go bishop c5 now? Just
will.
get that queen and knight duo. And suddenly you can see queen d6, queen d4, and woohoo, checks on g1.
Ooh, it's coming in. Queen d4. The idea, though, is bishop takes knight, and the d3 pawn drops. So knight to c2, the only way now to maintain black's advantage. Okay, I'm going to say that's findable, Jovanka. Just hitting the bishop on e1.
Definitely findable. Although it might be tempting to go queen f6 or queen to d8, you know, just to keep an eye on the h. No, she puts her queen into d4. Okay, well, as we saw, not the most accurate move because the bishop will just step up and trade itself for the knight, and then d3 falls. And with that, the game is just going to peter out into a draw. Or is it? Or is it,
Yeah.
David? Because you have queen f2 at the end of it.
Yeah, queen f2, but there is some queen d8 check business. Okay, now it's petering out to a draw. I think Bibisara pretty much accepting that now. White's a pawn up, but total fortress. Zhu Jiner, I saw her look off to the side. I think she was wondering whether to offer a draw. But maybe they're just going to take some time off the match clock instead, meaning that the next game is definitely going to be the last one in this portion.
Yeah, absolutely. Opposite color bishops, and the whole thing is that you just can't challenge, and you can't often create passed pawns. Like the extra pawn on b3 is never in a million years going to step forward. White is never in a million years going to win the a5 pawn. So you're basically at a standstill.
So I'm just thinking, like, they've got around a minute each almost. Like, you could easily play on this game another 100 moves. That's that's 200 seconds. You could pretty much end this 5+1 portion here and now if you really wanted to. You could just move your bishop back and forth for 49 moves, then play g3, then move your bishop back and forth 49 moves, then play like f4 or b4, and then another 50 moves. I don't know. I would be very tempted to play some mind games here, Jovanka.
Yeah, and I respect that. But I really hope that they don't. I really hope that they just offer a draw and go on to the next game, because it's been super exciting, and would not be exciting chess.
Yeah, for our sanity, for their own sanity, it looks like the players will be repeating the position, and it's going to be a dead draw. And yeah, I think if Zhu Jiner was up by like 3 or 4 points, maybe she would just play this out and make sure 5+1 is done. But I think any second now, she looks on her camera like she's about to click that draw button. No way for the white king forward, and they repeat.
Yep. Okay. I'm glad that they agreed to draw. I approved, and I'm sure the crowd approved. And now we're going to have our final game in the 5+1 portion. At the minute, Bibisara is trailing by 1 point. And Bibisara has the white pieces. She's going for the same approach she did last games.
Yeah, brought her success with the white pieces in the previous attempt in this variation. And it is Zhu Jiner who slows down, spending around 15-20 seconds now, just wondering what to do. Last time she was playing the move b5, followed by bishop e7 and getting an okay position, but a bit passive for black. Maybe she'll switch things up. Bishop d6. That's fruity. Defending e5, but does look clumsy on this square, Jovanka.
It does look clumsy. And I was going to say, you know, how far do you go for the sake of that surprise? Because bishop to d6, it doesn't look like the best of moves. You know, it's in the way of the d pawn. And say Bibisara knows this very, very well. You've literally shot yourself in your own foot. So I don't know, h3. And I just checked on the opening database, and no games have been played with h3.
Yeah, h3 is very slow, especially because the black bishop doesn't really kind of threaten to use g4 anytime soon anyway. So yeah, I think she's just hesitating before playing d3 or d4, choosing between the ideas. Maybe she'll take this knight. That's another idea. But yeah, d3 is probably what a classic Spanish player would play. You could also play a3 just to drop the bishop back. I'm spending a lot of time.
I like your bishop takes knight. I think I would do that just because I used to play like that when I did play e4 and then go for b3 and then bishop b2 and, you know, that kind of old-fashioned plan. But okay, well, it is a Lopez for the final game, as Silk Chess says. And, well, we see Jiner. Her plan is very simple. She's going to go bishop f8. Then
Bishop f8, there is no mate.
there is no mate. Exactly. At one point or another, you're going to see like either h6 with b5 and then bishop f8.
Yeah. At least it's not like a direct transposition, right? Because black has refrained from b5, meaning white can't hit with an early a4 as she was doing in other games. So she's kind of move ordered Bibisara here, gain some time on the clock. Knight d4 is very interesting. You can't really take, because after a capture, black hits the e4 pawn. So now we'll see maybe Jiner grab the bishop pair with b5. Opening success, I'm going to say bishop d6. The good thing about e4, e5 openings, Ivanka, I've played them all my life. Like, you can freestyle and at least you kind of have some kind of semblance of solidity. You can't go too wrong, even if you don't really know what you're doing. That's my secret.
Okay, that's good to know. Because there's kind of openings where you can just wing it. They're the dream for me. But okay, we're seeing the bishop come back to h4, which is very interesting because immediately, as black, I would be thinking, well, what about g5? Try and shut that bishop out of the game. And I am sure that will definitely play a part in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, especially with the bishop on f8 now, like g5, you never have to worry about sacrifices on that square. The black bishop will just come and guard everything. So g5 will definitely entomb the white bishop for a while. Yeah, we'll see whether that happens. Okay, before it does, Bibisara strikes in the center. This is very ambitious. Like, taking on d4, she'll take back with the queen. Threaten e5. Feels like neither player wants to back down. I'm really excited, actually, I've got to say, by this round of 16 match. I think it's going to go the distance. I just have a feeling neither side looks like they're going to be cracking anytime soon. Both look super focused.
Do you think that this one will go all the way to tie breaks? We've not yet seen a tie break.
Oof. I think it will definitely be decided in the 1+1.
Okay.
Somehow. I can't see either side running away with it.
Yeah. Well, I look forward to that. Actually, I've been very impressed by Jiner, how she's handled that part of the game. But yeah, you're right. The trade has happened on d4. And I don't know, the brute in me is just thinking, go g5. Okay, bishop to e7. But I mean, I'm just going to check. Was g5? G5 was the move. The engine was pouting. And I just remember that in the Archangel, you had to do this type of stuff. You had to get g5, bishop g7, and you just had to kind of play very dynamically with your pieces. But okay, a little misstep there from Jiner. And now there's a chance to kind of go e5.
Exactly. Like, these positions, it's all about timing. And bishop e7, I totally understand. I'd probably play it myself, but it is a bit timid. And like g5 gains a bit of time to put your bishop on its dream diagonal. Then black actually would have had two bishops cutting across the board. So yes, weak king, but fantastic pieces. And now, yeah, black king not super weak, but still could get targeted and much less active pieces, especially the knight on h7. Expecting knight d5, there we go. And yeah, now it's very much Bibisara trying to eke out an advantage and Jiner just trying to equalize.
Yeah. And yeah, you had to get rid of that knight. It was just too good on d5. And by the way, the match timer is down to 0, which means that this will be the final game in the 5+1. And the question for black is, you gotta find a nice home for the knight on h7. I would put it on f8 and not get mate, but also defend d7. And that's it.
My arrows are really crazy today, but yeah, knight at f8 and then knight e6 would be one idea too. Black does have two backward pawns, though, I should point out. So normally one is fine, like you can defend it, but the d7 pawn is a bit backward, and the a6 pawn that she pushes, I was going to say, also ties down the black rook. So yeah, a bit of a standoff on the a file.
Yeah, and well, sure enough, it's interesting that she actually moved that rook away from a1, because I was expecting the rook on e1 to actually relocate to d1, just to keep an eye on a5. But okay, now everything is relatively solid for Jiner, just one weakness. And what about moves like a4?
Yeah, I think black would definitely be well within her rights to try that right now. Trade off what could be a weak pawn. Undoubles the white pawns, but yeah, I don't think that's such a big issue. Queen e6 as well. I don't hate that for Zuzhina. She's trying to play very positionally. I think she learned a lesson from that game she lost, Jovanka, where she sacrificed the exchange, went all in very early, and it rebounded. Feels like she's been trying to play much more positional since that moment.
Yeah. I mean, that was like some lesson that she could pick up in the first game and second game, that she was able to outmaneuver her opponent. And now, interesting. Okay, given a question mark. And it's actually because of the queen sliding over to f3, because then the knight will jump to f5, and that is a dream square on d6. Ah,
Big moment.
interesting.
Bibisara, she finds it. And also a moment of weakness from Zuzhiner that Bibisara will have caught on. She could have played queen g6, forcing a queen trade with the white knight on f3. But she went queen f5 only after she got hit by knight d4. Then she went back. So she's lost a full tempo. And she's invited the white knight into a... Oh, it's going to be a beast on that square. It's going to be fantastic, Jovanka. Rook e4, rook g4 coming. Watch out.
Yeah, watch out. The rook's about, and I love it. Oh.
Sorry, that was me. That was me.
Don't do
Sorry.
that to me.
Sorry, everyone. Okay.
I'll forgive you, but you did spike my heart rate. And yeah, okay, knight has to preserve itself, knight to f5, and suddenly there's like the rook has laser beam on d7, but she didn't keep the knights. She instead makes that trade.
Wow, not playing knight f5 there. She must have been fearing some ghosts. Maybe knight g5 scared her. But yeah, trading off those knights gives you one fewer avenue to attack. Now it's very much one-way, kind of single-minded traffic on the d pawn. But okay, en passant has been allowed. The bar rises, Jovanka. She wants the queen for two rooks. E takes d6 here will be met by queen takes rook. But who do you evaluate with the better chances there? Is it worth the risk
I
for Bibisara?
evaluate. Yeah, it's worth a risk. I think that the queen will be very active. And you know what's even more concerning for black is the fact that the rooks will be very uncoordinated. So I can see the queen will just, yeah, there you see, the players are going to be going into this. And now the queen will just maximize herself. She can go to queen to c3. She's got her eyes on c6. The b pawn is also weak. And if that c pawn comes up and joins its sibling there on d6, well, it is going to be game over. So yeah, everything has to be there. You can see c4.
C4 dynamite. It's going to be a tough struggle now for Zuzhiner to hold this together. I think the best bet, the only hope here, whether it works or not, is to take this pawn and then put a pawn on c5, block the advance of white's soldier there, and then rook d8. She can't allow c5. That is just going to be long-term suffering. It's going to be over. She has to push her pawn, but it might come at the cost of her two queenside pawns, and that also looks bad.
And also, she's coming close to 20-second mark, and that's when the players start to play on instinct. Yes, c5. Agree with you. You could not allow protected pass pawns. And here, well, the problem is that white's going to have two pass pawns that are going to be working together. And now you give up the f pawn. You want to be keeping the b pawn so that your queen can be used to defend g2, and the white pawns just advance.
Yeah. Okay, she gives a check first, but I'm expecting b4, as you say. Keep that one alive. Oh, she gives up her b pawn. Okay, now it just looks too late. Rook takes f2. All the pawns are dropping. Oh, she bailed out there, Bibisara. Reluctant to take any risk. No risk, no reward, though. I think pushing the b pawn and the defending g2 with the white queen, just racing forward before the black king can get over, that would have been winning. Instead, now she's being forced to take a draw. We're going to see a repetition.
Yeah, And it is a draw, but what a tense match it's been so far between Bibisara and Jiner. Jiner nursing just a 1-point lead. But this one feels super close, especially when we think about the quality and the nature of the games, David.
Yeah, this one is balanced. So finally, it's on a knife edge. The score could well be level right now. If Bibisara had just finished that last game off, will that be a momentum turner, momentum breaker for her? It's definitely been Bibisara trying to play catch up after losing the first 2 games, but yeah, all bets are off. It's going to get quicker. Is that going to favor the younger player? I don't know, Jovanka. It's going to be fun either way. The games have been such high quality and so dramatic.
Yeah, they have been incredibly high quality, and I've enjoyed every single second of it. And talking about seconds, that's exactly what the clock is going to start ticking down to as we enter the 3+1 portion. Stay with us as we go into a break, because when we return, everything is going to get absolutely even more intense.
Join the community club on Chess.com and participate in amazing community events every week. On Mondays, challenge yourself with incredible openings in Opening Roulette. Don't miss on Title Tuesday every week right after Title Tuesday. On Wednesday, join Arena Kings and compete against a lineup of legendary creators. On Fridays, try the all-new Community Freestyle Fridays and throw opening theory out the window. And finally, round out the week by showing off your speed in the Community Bullet Brawl. Win prizes, battle legends, and challenge yourself. Play in the community tournaments every week on Chess.com.
This is how the world number 4 and 11 play chess. I'm Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and what we saw between China's Jiner and Georgia's Nana Taknidze at the 2024 FIDE Grand Prix was nothing short of fireworks. The game kicks off with an Ningzo in the defense, and after e4, it was clear that Taknidze was out of the lab, because the best move here was g5 followed by knight takes e4. A crazy line, hard to find over the board unless you've got stockfish in your pocket. After bishop e7, white already stands more comfortably thanks to that juicy space advantage. Give me space, baby. And now, who would have thought that castling short could be a mistake here? But it is. It was better to play g3, a nice prophylactic jab to keep the knight off f4. Now, the donkey lands on f4, and suddenly Black, who had no room to breathe, manages to swap off 2 minor pieces, and in this kind of cramped position, that's a small victory. After finishing development, White launches in with h4 and h5, going full kamikaze mode, but it is a bit too hopeful. This attack ain't landing on JFK, folks. Then comes b5, and Jiner strikes with d5, which is possible thanks to the poor knight on e7, the baby deer of the position, all alone in the forest. Black tries to close the center, but we unblock with c5, an excellent idea. Capturing on d5 would have been more solid. But after d takes e5, Zhu throws in the spicy d6, an in-between move that makes that pass pawn a real problem. After this sequence of moves, queen a1 looked active, trying to target the a5 pawn. But it's harmless, because that d6 pawn is the star of the show. Moral of the story, in life you have to admit your mistakes. Back we go with our tail between our legs to protect d6. Black goes fishing for repetition, but Zhu says no way and plays queen to f5, a venomous move. The knight on f6 is overloaded, trying to babysit both d7 and d5 at the same time. It is a full-time job and no overtime. Only move to hold was knight to b6, giving up the a5 pawn just to plug the hole on d6. But after that Taknidze plays rook f4, Zhu drops the bomb. d7. Now, if rook takes f5, White ends up a full rook up. And in the actual game, Taknidze took on d7, landing in a clean last position with White up a piece. And for someone like Jiner, that's easy pickings. Did you like that one? I hope you did!
And we are back with our final game, our final match in the round of 16 of the Women's Speed Chess Championship. And so far, between Bibisara Assaubayeva and Jiner, things have been tense. They've been close, but it is Jiner who is leading by 1 point. And David, I'm going to put the question to you. If you were Bibisara and you had that point to make up, well, there we see Jiner. Let's actually ask, how can Jiner maintain that lead? What does she need to do to take it through to the next stage?
Well, in the first two games, it was actually quite positional, more strategic based. Her victories, Jiner actually took that 2-point lead at the beginning of the match. In order to maintain it, she needs more of the same. For Bibisara, it is all about the tactics. I feel she's great not only at warding off tactics, but creating herself, as she nearly managed to do in that final game. And yeah, either way, just speed is essential in this next portion.
Yeah, absolutely, because time gets slashed and 3+1, everything just raises up that level of pressure. And who do you think has been most impressive with their clock usage?
Yeah, it was definitely Jiner the first two games. I think that was part of the reason she took the lead. But the last few games, I've been very impressed by Bibisara. It felt like she, until the last few seconds, always had a bit of an edge. Jovanka, I think just the fact that she's warmed up now, she hasn't played chess in a few weeks. I think probably momentum-wise, she'll feel it's on her side. But of course, easy to games begin, and wow, look at this. It's the same position we saw earlier, the same opening. I believe that colors here the other way round, so we'll flip those cameras. But
Yes.
yeah, it's Bibisara staying true and loyal to her favorite line.
Interesting, isn't it? Because there we're seeing, okay, Bibisara with the white pieces. And yeah, Jujina, she had some time. It was going to be interesting, right? Which of the players like were stuck there looking for some improvements in the variations, which ones, use that time to take a pause. And Jujina, we'll see whether she comes ready with some improvements. Bishop to e3, and here comes knight a5, big plan, b5, and then just trade off that knight for the bishop.
Yeah, Bobby Fischer would be would be devastated right now. His beautiful favorite Spanish bishop about to be traded. It happened in the previous game as well. Jiner, she's kind of locked in on trading that bishop off as early as possible with black and banking on the bishop pair long term. b5 is about to land before the bishop got a escape route, and there we go. Trade. This just looks fantastic now for Jiner. She's going to play bishop b7, move her bishop out of the way from the d file, and break it with d5.
Yes, and just an interesting point is that the players might actually abort this game because it was Jujiner who was meant to be playing with the white pieces. Because we were very shocked. We were like, oh, is Bibisara playing Jujiner's opening? And it turns out the players were also equally surprised that they began with the wrong colors. But it does look like they are just continuing the game as if nothing has happened.
Those naughty players, they always keep us on our toes, always keep us guessing. Yeah, I think the players as well. Like, it's so easy to lose track, right, of who should be which color. So many games in a day, like such a long match. I think as long as they get an equal balance towards the end of the match, like I think we should continue playing this one. It would feel so unfair on the player who ends up winning or with a big advantage if this game ends up being aborted. So hopefully it counts, and we see a clash in the center in the meantime, Jovanka.
Yeah, we see maximum tension in the center. No, I completely agree, David. Just imagine if you were allowed to play like 50 moves and you can't get to a losing position. You're like, oh, no, hang on a second. I don't want to do this. It was illegal. Should have been white. No, that's unfair.
Yeah, something similar happened in the World Rapid and Blitz Team Championship, but yeah, maybe we shouldn't go too deeply into that. Getting a second shot is normally not allowed in chess. Knight h2. In the meantime, this one is about to heat right up. f4 is about to explode this position open, and who knows who's that's going to favor. I actually quite like White's chances on the king side, Jovanka. Those knights could be very potent attacking pieces.
I like White's chances as well. f2, f4 is one of my dream pawn breaks. So I'm really excited to see that it's on the table. And Well, for Zhu Jiner, she needs to be thinking of how she's going to respond. I don't think she should panic and go g6, g5, because if you do that, you literally leave yourself with a massive hole in f5. You don't want that. So I suspect that what we're going to see is just like a calm bishop to g7. You know, prepare for the opening and just get ready to put the pieces in those good safety first squares. Okay, knight to h7. That wasn't really on my radar because I'm a bit reluctant to go back.
Yeah, I understand her going back, but I would have gone to the d7 square just because after there's a trade on e5 on f4, you have the e5 square for your knight, and the e5 square later, maybe after a bishop trade, it just looks so fantastic. Knight g5, like it's not stable at all, can always be met by h4 later. Maybe there's a problem with queen to d2 or knight g4. Yeah, this h pawn now a bit overloaded. No dart square control. Bishop takes g5, knight f6 check threatened. A knight on d7 covers everything, and that's like such a typical pattern. Very odd decision making there from Zhu Jiner, but okay, bishop g7, it's holding for now. Queen f2 though, pointed out by the engineer Vanka. How tough is that one?
Yep, and there we're seeing that the queen has to move to f2, just line it all up. And the big question is like, how are you going to control the f7 square? How are you going to also cover the f6 square? And so many issues for black if she finds this move. Now, queen to f2 might not necessarily be a move that's on Bibisara's radar because, you know, she might be thinking of doubling with the rooks. And sure enough, I say that and it happens. So she's got the same idea of putting pressure, but now is the time. Now she can just double and pile on the pressure and just get ready for some eventuals like bishop takes knight, knight to f6 ideas.
Yeah, still looking very, very nice visually for Bibisara, but the eval bar says after this last key move that Zhu Jiner was doing okay, threatening to take that knight on g4, which has stepped back. And Ivanka, who do you think is going to be happier here? Whose position is easier to play as they enter the time trouble stage of this game?
Wow, I hadn't even looked at the clocks. We see Bibisara there, 20 seconds. It's easier for white. There you go. Knight is coming into g4, f6, h6. Now you can take on h6.
Oh, free pawn. Maybe a bit of a miss there by Zhu Jiner, who was maneuvering her pieces and just forgot about her kingside. Now dark squares, all for the white pieces taking here. Rook f1 is coming. Yeah, this looks very, very tough for black now. But game on, as Bibisara is lower on the clock. f5 trying to mix things up now.
It is trying to mix things up, but still, black's king is super weak. But okay, now knight to f6 also on the air, so you can't go e takes d4. Sorry, f takes e4. Yeah, bishop to g5, big threat. Now you gotta how to improve the pieces. Maybe you just move forward with your bishop and try to trade off that knight.
Yeah, it's super tough. Knight f6 wins material. Bibisara closing in. She's got an extra exchange here and an extra pawn. Bishop drops back to e5. Queen needs to come in at some point, but this looks like she's going to equalize the score, barring some crazy blunders or something happening on the clock here. g4, she calculates it really well. Queen takes h3. There would have been rook h2, and there we go. We have a level match.
And suddenly it's even Stevens and everything to play for as there we see the camera messing with us again. So Bibisara must be black and Zhu Jiner must be white.
Yeah, they've messed with the matrix here, the two players. Let's blame it on them. No, we'll get it sorted. We'll get everything back and normal very shortly. Yeah, I think we'd pre-assigned all the colors or the cameras, everything that way around. But unfortunately, the players getting that last game going has forced us to switch things up. And talking of switching things up, it's a new opening, B3 from Zhu Jiner.
Yes, it was a cowboy, and it was also a cowboy start. But yeah, I mean, you had to break. You had to break the whole knight off pattern. Instead, you got it nice to try something completely different, especially now that everything is equal in the match. And here, I'm expecting white to just develop bishop to e2, c4, and go for the long grind. Jiner has shown us that she is fantastic at positional play. She's been able to outmaneuver Bibisara and G4. Well, wasn't sure about this one, David, and I do like my pawn pushes.
Yeah, I just want to mention she's transposed into the Torre attack here, I believe, just with colors reversed, exactly tempo and tempo, because she went knight f3, knight h4, then back to f3. So she's lost a tempo. She's basically playing, blunder alert. I was going to say she's playing a black opening with white, but queen a5 check. She's left her bishop on the board. You always need to take on c6 given a first opportunity. Queen a5 check forces the white knight to throw itself in the way. Then d4 is going to be embarrassing for that piece. Big advantage for black if Bibisara spots queen a5 check, and she's paused. She stopped. Is this a key moment?
Yeah, this is the kind of puzzle that we do in the puzzle rush, I was going to say, but she doesn't find it. She doesn't find queen a5. Just not looking for it.
I mean, now the position looks normal again. It just looks like a Nimzo Indian defense again with colors reversed, and probably quite a good version here for white. But yeah, queen a5 check, that's quite elementary stuff. And Bibisara forced to part with her bishop pair. This looks beautiful for white now. I think a dream opening outcome from Jiner.
Well, yeah, she played with fire for one move and she got away with it. So the thing is, it is a nice space advantage that Jiner has. Black doesn't have any pawn breaks whatsoever. It doesn't have any way to challenge on the dark squares. But how is Zhu going to get castled or get her king to safety? Is she just going to go king f1, king g2, walk it home that way?
Yeah, I would even be very inclined to castle here. I think the white king's super safe. If anything, white's the one attacking on this side with f4, f5. Queen a5 is interesting. Maybe black's hinting at c4 just to break open the fifth rank, some pressure against the white bishop. But there we go. Both sides castle and f4. These positions, they're so easy to play for white. Bishop b2 now will step back. Like you go f5, you just go for the black king. It's very difficult to know what black should be doing with the bad doubled c-pawn pawn structure.
Well, I was thinking you had to go f6 as black and play against this potential idea of going f5, f6, just opening things up, but it's very much in the air. And there we're seeing that Zhu is just simply saying, I'm just going to go f5, lock the bishop out of the game permanently.
Yeah, she's not just locking the black bishop out, she might lock her own bishop in on the d6 square, which is never really going to be challenged. Queen c3 pointed out as the only way. If she doesn't spot this, I think she's done. Bibisara, just strategically, it's so bad for black. Doubled pawns, no space. Queen c3 threatens some queen g3 ideas, queen takes h3, and also the c2 pawn. She's got to find it, Jovanka.
And she does. She does. Coming back, targeting the h3 pawn. Okay, and now you have to step up with the king. You can't. How unfortunate. You can't hold on to both pawns. You have to go knight to f3.
Knight f3 would have held both pawns. Queen d3 does as well. But now the pawn structure might be slightly less favorable for white than it otherwise was. Queen takes d3, rook d8. Some ideas. That's the d3 pawn. Maybe queen d4 check as well. Try to undouble. Although white doesn't have to react. Okay, it's still interesting. How much of an advantage in practical terms do you think it should be for Jiner, considering the computer likes it so much?
I think it's, on a practical level, going to be almost winning for her. Because I'm worried that f5 is going to be coming, that the bishop is going to be pushed back to h7, that a knight will live very happily on c5. Okay, the evaluation bar is saying, here you go, this is what I'm talking about. The evaluation bar is not that impressed, but the computer plays perfect chess and humans don't. And I'm just thinking, knight to c4, you go rook to d1, and everything is just beautifully harmonized. Black can hardly get a piece into the game.
Yeah, agree. And we'll see the bar rise most likely in white's favor over the next few moves. Although, I mean, I was very surprised she's allowed like c5, e5. Oh, okay, it's going the other way. Commentator's curse. I was going to say that black bishop's so out of the game that white has a free hand, but now black's going to lock it with e5 and then going to go like king h8. Ooh, knight b6. Yeah,
It was
king
in
h8,
there.
bishop g8.
Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. And well, Bibisara is still finding ways to keep the game alive. Yeah, now the pawn wedge just gets disrupted. Bibisara defending great.
Yeah, I think she's still in defensive mode though, when she could have maybe tried to turn the tables. Like, she could have locked it with e5 and just felt advantage black. And maybe it's advantage black anyway because she's about to win the f5 pawn. She's tricked Jiner here. The black king is going to kick the white knight out of the way. And f5 drops, c2 drops, and that sleeping giant of a bishop has really woken up now.
Yeah. And if Bibisara turns this around, it's absolutely fantastic. If she takes the lead, she manages to change a losing position or a much, much worse position into a win. And suddenly it's all systems go. And we have just over 15 minutes of the match remaining. So Jiner fighting hard. I mean, she has hope in one thing, in that there is the presence of opposite color bishops.
Yeah, and there's not so many pawns on the board. White needs to find a way to give up like a knight or a bishop for all of black's pawns. It's going to be tough though. The black b pawn is going to keep her tied down for a while. And hard to know how to get at the other black pawns. Knight f5 is a good step in the right direction. f6 couldn't have been taken though because the black king would have come, forking two pieces. Okay, predictions, Ivanka. Is she going to get the job done, Bibisara here?
I think she's going to draw it. Somehow Bibisara's misplayed it. And now are you tempted to take on b2? And yep, there you go, draw.
Draw. Jiner breathing a sigh of relief surely there. Bibisara has left a couple of half points on the table. She had in the last game of the 5+1 section, she had a winning advantage, let it slip. There, let it slip. Ivanka, if she keeps letting those go, she might feel it's not her day.
Yeah. But also the same can be said from Jiner. You know, that game was really one where she would have been very disappointed with herself. Okay, she saved a draw, but she was winning. She had a perfect position and she squandered it. So we are going to see another one as well, where we've also seen Zhu have great positions with this particular variation with the bishop on d6. But somehow or other, she's lost control. She's allowed Bibisara just to start generating activity and some potential attacks.
Yeah. And in the meantime, it is Bibisara who keeps switching things up. She's saved her light squared bishop now. She's gone bishop b3, a3 very early, but it's cost a lot of time with that Spanish bishop, which is now about to get traded off. So yeah, it looks very, very level here. I think Bibisara might need to switch away as well at some point from this line, at least for a game or two, just to keep Jiner guessing. At some point, you've got to feel like you're kind of banging your head on the wall. It's like same opening again and again and again. And the results have been okay, but yeah, the last few moves have gone in her favor as well. c4, backing up knight d5, but maybe it's just as a commentator, I just want to see something fresh. Maybe I'm biased.
Yeah, but I have a question for you. When do you save the surprises, right? So is it good to kind of keep it neck and neck in the 5+3 and then start doing the tricky, the funny business in the bullet, you know, where your opponent doesn't have too much time to react?
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. Like, yeah, she is one that I should have thought of. Maybe she does have only one other weapon. Maybe it's something tricky or dubious. She's saving it for the bullet when you can kind of get away with those things and surprise values even higher. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe you don't want to show your hand too soon. You don't want to go all in. Especially this next 12 minutes. I think she might stick to it now, actually, in the blitz, and then have a bullet weapon up her sleeve for later. That would be fun.
Yeah. And in the meantime, like Zuzana, she's playing in Turkish league, so she's not been able to devote that much energy to this preparing for this match. But talking about the match, well, we see Bibisara, well, she was nurturing a nice advantage. I loved what she was doing. You know, I was waiting for her to break out. Maybe it was c5 was what I was expecting, but she goes for the d4 break. And the question is how to keep maintaining the tension, because if you step back with the bishop, then e4 becomes a target. E4 is somewhat a target regardless of what you do.
Yeah, I think a misjudgment simply from Bibisara. She saw black starting to retreat, so she went forward. Makes sense with d4, but her advantage is on the queen side. Like in the center, black's got great control, as we see here. So it was a bit odd to open things up. Black's bishop was a super silly piece as well, like blocked in behind its own pawns to trade off black's bishop for your good bishop. Yeah, I think slight error, but still level. White still with some control. C5 might come, B5 might come. Although black's knight has some nice jumping points as well. I think just chances for both sides. Here, Ivanka, who would you pick? Eval Bar says dead level.
Yeah. Well, I was actually quite liking black because of that big d4 square. I was thinking, get a knight to d4, go c5. Don't really care too much about structure, just to focus on piece play. And yeah, absolutely been a good match so far. It's kept us entertained. We still don't know what to expect from the remainder of this particular segment and also the bullet, because everything is completely level. So David, like knight to d4 finally making appearance. Are you now preferring black, or are you still thinking it's still pretty even?
Yeah, I've actually started preferring black ever since white played d4. Just again, maybe I'm biased because I played these positions mostly with black, but kind of this pawn structure d6 versus e4 tends to favor white with lots of pieces on the board, but fewer pieces. White is a bit overextended, some holes behind. Queen d5 might be a good move to try and pull the break here. Force black to trade off. Probably you want to play knight f4 and trade off on your own terms. But yeah, I mean, it is level objectively, but clock situation, momentum, slightly on black side.
I agree. And again, that square on d4 is concerning to me. Okay, right now a knight can't get to it, but it will use that square at some later point in the game. Also, I'm just thinking, f5 is something that white will constantly have to be calculating. Okay, but Bibisara, she is going on the offensive. Oh, well, things are just heating up.
Yeah, and that's a very bad, again, decision here from Bibisara to allow this white pawn on a4 to be fixed. Like, it's going to be a weakness for the rest of the game that the black knight can come and kind of stare at. And the white knight will be tied down, or the white rook will be tied down, defending that pawn, which is never a good sign. That's a big weakness. If that a4 pawn ever drops in any endgame where knights exist, black just wins. Outside pass pawn. So knight b3 is probably forced to stop any knight c5 ideas. Still tough to break through, but it's definitely only black who can win now by normal means.
Mm-hmm. And the question is, though, do you think Bibisara will recognize that she's worse, or do you think she will try to... Okay, no, we see the players repeating, and it is a draw. Well, that was a very cagey game. I would say very, very close. And it's very, very close in terms of the score because it's completely even. And we see the cowboy, the 1b3 being employed yet again. And g3, double fianchetto. I don't know what this is called other than the double fianchetto. Do you know, David?
Call it the double fianchetto. Both sides of fianchetto, both of their bishops. I don't really know either. It's one of those hybrid lines, right, that can transpose to like Grunfeld's, King's Indians, kind of slower Retties or English openings. It can be anything. But yeah, let's call it a double fianchetto for now. And I'm surprised, Ivanka, like, okay, this position's still early days, but Jiner took a draw in the previous one, like from a position of strength when she had 1 minute 05 against 20 seconds, zero risk. I'm not sure whether she just wants to kind of manage the risk or whether she just wants to get to the 1 minute portion, or maybe she wants an extra game here in the 3+1. Either way, that was an odd decision.
Mm-hmm. But sometimes, okay, this happens to me. I don't know whether it happens to other people, but I'm so tense because of the match whole kind of situation. I'm needing to win. I'm just not really thinking straight, not thinking in the long term. I'm just thinking, okay, well, objectively, this is a draw. And I just don't stop to look at the whole factor. How much time there is in the match clock, how much time there is in my opponent's clock. I just think, okay, well, this is probably a draw. Let's move on.
Wow, in the meantime, look at Bibisara on the camera. She realized she's made a one move blunder. Knight b5 has walked into a fork. It's that simple. You can't stop knight to c7. Wow,
You cannot.
that is crazy. A6 would have prevented this on the last move. C6 would have prevented this on the last move. This is Bibisara taking her eye off the ball. Suddenly Zhu Jiner's kind of agreement to a draw looks inspired in the previous game. Now a full exchange up.
Yeah. And you know, David, I hate to say this, I hate to admit this live on air, but I've fallen for that whole knight b5 thing. And I think I chose to lose the whole house instead of an exchange. when rook c8, knight takes h7, knight a7 rather. And yeah, that was not good. But it's also not good here for Bibisara. Okay, she's just got 6 minutes in the match clock. Is it better just to resign this one? Or would you fight it out and try to do something?
Yeah, I think I would fight this out because the next game is likely to be the last one in the section anyway. She can resign this one with 20 seconds left on the match clock and they still get another game in the 3+1. So you might as well fight it out here, right? Just as long as you make sure that you don't kind of let the 5-minute 25 elapse and still be fighting a losing position. At least you get white in the final one of this 3+1 encounter. That's why I was surprised by Zhu Jiner agreeing to the draw in the previous one. I thought, like, take as long as possible. Even if you don't win, then it's a draw and you get white in the final game of this portion. Instead, she's made sure there's 2 extra games in this portion, Zhu Jiner, by design or by accident. Right now, okay, I was going to say maybe you pin with rook e2 or some other ideas, but she's traded off. So black has the bishop pair and a pawn. Suddenly it's not so obvious. It's not over yet.
Yeah, and thank you from our featured chat. This is called the Nimzo Larsen attack opening. Yeah, beginning with b3, g3. Yeah, not the cowboy.
Interesting that
not the double fianchetto.
The username of that kind viewer was the Nimzo Larsener, so maybe slightly biased, but I agree. It's one of the names for this opening.
Yeah. Okay, and there we see on the board that Bibisara is exchanged down. The position is very open, so white's rooks are poised to just enter the position of rook to c7, h4. I like h4. I don't know why the engine is being so critical here. Rook c7 is what I'd be looking at. Or I would... Well, this is a direction that I wasn't anticipating. Just playing to win the d pawn, but no.
Just to point out, the engine, the eval bar was critical a bit earlier because white could have gone queen e3 before the black pawn landed on d4, could have forced a trade of queens and then got in with the white rooks by force. Queens off, rooks off, it would have been a winning endgame. So the eval bar spotting something stronger, but that doesn't mean that this is bad. Should still be winning for white, of course. It's just going to take a while, though. Needs to get the rooks off, maybe the queens off as well. But yeah, the black bishop's so blunted, Jovanka, that it's surely just a matter of time now.
Yeah. I mean, just thinking about a way that the queen and the bishop and the rook can coordinate themselves to target something to generate some counterplay. But unfortunately, every single thing is on the defensive. So now the queens are coming off. You can go rook to d8, but the pawn on d4 is just easily stopped. And what's even worse is that there's going to be rook e8, and we're going to see a trade of rooks if you're not careful. So you have to go king f8.
Mm-hmm. She does play it, but there are problems here, including rook e7, rook f4 ideas. Rook f4, I guess, is met by king g7 now, so she's holding it together by a thread. But black is almost immobilized here. Where is the breakthrough? Can you see a way to trade off those rooks? That would be the final clincher.
Yes, there is no way, though. But you can go rook to b... Okay, I was thinking... Yeah, this would be just one way, just rook to c1. But I guess black... But rook c1 now. And rook c7. And black is completely on the passive. You can't survive this one. Being exchanged down.
She found her way in. Sometimes you got to go back in order to go forwards. And Bibisara, I think on the camera, she looks almost ready to resign. As long as she resigns in the next 1 minute 50, she'll get a game with white in the 3+1 portion. But then she starts with black in the 1+1. It's like, what would you rather? Oh, do you want one more game in this portion or not? Who do you think it favors? Who's been the better of the two in the 3+1? Who wants another game, Jovanka?
I think Zhu has been better. I somehow just a tad better. But then I'm also thinking back to the match between Mary Arabitsa and Polina Shivalova, where in the bullet portion, the player who had white won. And so it was super important to finish the game with white. And that was what happened to Polina. And she won. She won the match.
Mm. Yeah, that was probably the closest of all the round of 16 clashes, maybe until this one. We'll see. But in the meantime, they repeat one of the openings from earlier, and Bibisara just really needs to move away from this opening, I feel. Like knight d4, already the eval bar says black is better after 7 moves. And at this point, Jiner has proven that she can equalize or get decent positions with black game in, game out. So yeah, at some point, I'm hoping she saves something special for the bullet 1+1 Bibisara, because I want to see a new opening. And now b5 is definitely on the cards, and it's a problem for the white bishop.
Yeah, it is a problem. And now b5. And you're going to have to double your pawns. And not everyone likes double pawns, especially ones that aren't mobile. And this pawn on b3 is not advancing up the board. You've given up the bishop pair. You've crippled your pawn structure. Don't like it.
Mm-hmm. I think I would want to play c5 here just to lock down any d4 ideas. But the downside is that the d5 square is suddenly loosened. So bishop g5 might be an idea. Yeah, if white can strike soon and kind of powerfully with d4, then she's going to be right back in this game. But if she can't accelerate the play now, then white's pawn structure and the lack of bishop pair are going to haunt her. It's not the end of the world for Bibisara, but she did look a bit kind of not tilted, Ivanka, but after the knight b5, she was like shaking her head for ages. And then even at the beginning of this game, she's like, oh, my bishop pair's gone. So I do worry.
Yeah. And I really liked your suggestion of actually breaking with d4. It's definitely looks like that is the way forward for white. At least threaten to go e4, e5, attack the bishop and the knight. And the question is, if you don't do that, what else are you going to do? Where to put the bishop on c1? Are you going to go to e3, queen d2, rook c1? I mean, if you wait around too long, then black will just have a free hand in this position, and they will then go d5.
Yeah, black is almost ready. There we go. She breaks first with d4. I think a good practical decision, whether the eval bar is crazy about it or not. It just says, okay, it slightly worsens things for white, opening up for the bishops. But either way, the position was going to open sooner or later. At least now you make your task clearer with white. d5 always met by e5. And okay, d6, the blue arrow. That's probably the least impressive blue arrow move I've ever seen, Ivanka.
Yeah, it is a little bit like stating the obvious. And you said that it was obvious. Well, I said it was obvious. And d5 appears. Okay, well, the pawn advances one move too far. Okay, e5. And then we have a game. Everything is ready.
Yeah, I think she was attracted to this Jiner just because she can play c5 next. White is never really taking the knights because the position opens up even more for the bishops, and white would lose the e5 pawn when the dust settles. So no knight trade, but bishop e3. Thing is, after c5, like we would see a trade, the black bishop coming out, the white queen just retreats, and black is left with an isolated pawn in the center. Black's light square bishop is a bit blocked. So I think a bit of a strategic slip by Jiner. d6, I'm not going to say it was super obvious. It was just maybe it's like the most pragmatic move there, and it would have stopped what's just happened.
Yeah. It's one of those things, right? When you overcalculate, I'm sure if she had like seconds left on the clock, she would just play d6. But when you're calculating furiously, you're like, okay, I can go d5, c5, get active with my pieces. And now suddenly, big question for black, like what to do next. c5 didn't look that tempting as you highlighted. And if you kind of look for moves like c6, trying to hold this bind, and then, playing for a5, that doesn't look great either because you're locking in your bishop, and also there's a knight on e4 that needs some resolution. So you're either going to go knight takes knight, or you're going to go f5, holding the knight in that direction. Okay, well, this is a kind of mix it up type of move.
Yeah, f5 is yeah, something you regret later, or something that you're really proud of. And not much in between here, because white's e-pawn is now passed. c5, very timely, before black had to go passive. We will see that pawn captured, and then the white queen will drop back. Yeah, and then it's just all about a fight for the d4 square. Like, the black knight is super strong, but black's bishop on b7 bad, cancels it out. Bibisara is thinking, though, what is she thinking about? You have to play bc. You just have to take that pawn off the board before they continue advancing.
Yeah, what is she concerned? Is she... Well, she's only got 30 seconds left on the clock, and I don't see an alternative. So take on c4. So she's just calculating bishop takes c5. Okay, and now where to go with... Ooh. Wow, ain't that a turn for the books?
That is genius. If the white bishop captures, there would have been bishop takes c5, bishop takes f2 on the cards. She gives up a whole piece, Bibisara. Eval Bar says it's fine for white. A bishop down, but white has some super strong pawns. Jovanka, this game just exploded.
And in fact, the evaluation bar started to creep up. Wow. I mean, how to actually get mobile with the bishops, because what you want to be doing with this bishop on f8 is actually putting it on g7 and at least giving it some purpose. The c6 is in the air. And wow, Jiner gives up material in order to lengthen the bishop. I was expecting rook takes d4, by the way.
Yeah, knight takes d4 was really weird, like allowing queen d5, threatening some checkmates, but I mean, this is the area of the game, 10 seconds versus 20 seconds. It's just impossible to play accurate moves. Like, even the best players in the world would be struggling right now to maintain the accuracy. Such high tension, such an imbalance here. Bishop to g7, apparently the punishment to stop white's knight coming forward, and it's back to level. Jovanka, this could go any direction now.
Yeah, and the knight has been so crafty. Look at that. Rook takes bishop. She can just take. Ew. It's just blundered. She's just blundered. Now she's got a fantastic knight on these. She can just go knight to e7, knight to d6. Rook is coming in. White's position is completely overwhelming.
Wow, Jiner just miscounted how many pieces were defending the e5 pawn. She blundered a whole piece. Now her bishop is pinned. White knight is coming back for that bishop now. Knight e3 is going to end this game. And we're going to go into the 1+1 bullet section on level terms. Bibisara striking back. Wow, this match just got spicy.
We are living our life in the fast lane as we see that nothing can tell these two players apart. Bibisara, Jiner, everything is equal. David, once again, I'm sorry to do this to you, but since I have you here, I absolutely must. It's the bullet portion. Who do you think is the slight favorite?
I mean, it's such a tough decision right now. I think whoever gets white in the last game, it might be like that other match. It might come down to the final one. We might even get tiebreakers ultimately, because it's so hard to separate them. I'm going to say Bibisara just looks slightly sharper in the last few games tactically, when they're both down to around the 5-second mark. I think that blunder by Jiner hanging a piece in the last game is going to gnaw away at her confidence. But either way, I mean, such spectacular chess. That last one was a roller coaster, and we were enjoying enjoying that ride as viewers, up and down, piece sacrifices galore. And yeah, bring it on. I can't wait for the 1+1.
Absolutely. Oh, it's going to be absolutely intense. It's going to be absolutely thrilling as we're going to go on a break as we prepare ourselves for the ultimate, the best bullet portion around. See you soon.
It was black move and we was in the strong take note. Firstly, he told me that he planning to play rook d1, and I also, because we have position like something like here, and I don't want to play queen d8 because of rook d1, then I noticed that I can play knight f6. And here, okay, it's equal position. If he will play queen b8, we can take and take on h6. It's a draw. But he tried to do something more and he played h5. And after knight e7, it's bad position for black because I want to play queen g8. He played queen b8 and I played queen d5. Here I realized that I have big advantage because I want to take on f7, take on e4, also at some moment maybe knight c6. And also we have seconds. He can't play something like queen d6 because I can take and take on rook on b1. I think he played rook b6. After queen e4 it's maybe just a little bit better position, but of course I take here. Okay, he played h4. If I'm not mistaken, something like here, I can play rook e5 and I think it's over for black because after h take g3, I can play queen h5, just take on e5 and the game is over. And he can move his bishop because of rook h5 and mate in 2, but I didn't saw it unfortunately. I give a check, rook h6, check, g6, check, take on a6. I think my king was on h2 actually, because I think he take and I play king g2. Yeah, and he take here and... Okay, you know what is funny? I can't explain knight a5 move. Firstly, I thought, of course, I can take on g6, but I calculate something like f1, take, check, king g2, and in my mind, his queen also was on e2. I don't know how. I even can play king f2, king c2, and it's draw. But in my mind, king was on e2, and I thought like king g1, queen e3, king g2, queen h3, and I'm losing. And I was shocked, and then maybe I panic and play knight a5, f5. But you know what's the most interesting fact? That we are finished the game immediately after knight a5 because of f1 and queen b5. But after the game, I told him that I can play just rook f6. He said, yeah, it's probably good move, but black don't have any normal move because they can't move queen from 8 rank because of queen g1 mate. And okay, it's around +2. It's not easy to win, but it's winning position.
And we are back. We are live for what is probably the most exciting, the most intense portion of this match because we have entered the bullet stage. David, how excited are you for this?
I cannot wait, Ivanka. It's already been a match that's exceeded all my expectations. I knew it would be close. These two are just fantastic. They're such fighters, and they both have such a high level. But to see it this close, to see it this dramatic, and the games have been packed full of content as well. Yeah, I could not be more hyped. And 15 minutes to decide it all now.
Yeah, and you know what they say, I feel the need for speed. And in order to play good chess, well, you need a good mouse, and you need a good mouse pad. So level up your office or gaming space with a Chess.com mouse pad. Whether you're looking for a surface that supports mouse speed in a bullet game or a desk accessory to match your aesthetic, we've got the sleek and stylish mouse pad for you in 3 unique designs. So visit go.chess.com/mousepads or use !shop in chat to explore the collection. And I can certainly guarantee I have a big mouse pad here, and it has upped up my game when I play Bullet, but on the computer. But a confession to make, David, when I play Bullet, I tend to play it on my phone, and I get flagged left, right, and center.
Me too. I'm normally out and about or in bed or lying on the sofa playing on my phone. But let's hope that these two, Bibisara and Jiner, they both have those Chess.com mouse pads. They will need the speed in this next segment as we see a Sicilian Najdorf to kick things off. Bibisara with black, Jiner with white going back to e4. And already you can sense the player's urgency to get this game going. Small switch up. Bibisara earlier wasn't playing knight c6, but yeah, still a very well-known type of position.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, David. I was hoping that this was the moment where the players start drawing their opening surprise pistols and going, shooting each other with, hey, have e4, e5. I'm doing something different. So, well, there we see a Najdorf, and it has been an incredible match. And, well, it's certainly going to be continuing as we await these moves. Now, here I do like white's position, but I feel like there's enough open lines on the queen side for black to get that counterplay for having that having to fight against that pawn on d5.
Yeah, black also has the very nice kind of straightforward plan as well of later throwing the kingside pawns forward. It's a 4 versus 3 majority on the king side for black, slight minority on the queen side. Queen c5. Again, add knights to this mix. Black would be super happy, but the fact that it's just bishops means it's probably level for now. I've got to say, I quite like Bibisara's chances, though. She's up on the clock, and she's got some very easy moves to play, like queen a3 is the type of annoying move, or queen b4, somewhere on this diagonal. Just hard to kick out that queen, and annoying for Jiner to deal with.
Yeah, and that bishop on f5, it controls that all-important b1 square, so that queen is not going to get booted, but things just got a whole lot wild as Jiner gives up a pawn, gets the passed d-pawn, and now she's got to start centralizing the pieces. In she comes, looking at the e5 pawn. Okay, decisions to be made.
Yeah, 2 pawns threatened. Queen d5, a beautiful follow-up to the previous sequence, and I sensed Bibisara pause, and now she's under 20 seconds. She spotted this from afar. She did not like the change in momentum. She needs to limit the damage now. Whether that's bishop e6, dropping back, whether that's taking the pawn on a4, there we go. She needs to get the white d6 pawn sooner or later to hold this game. But suddenly advantage white. Jiner throwing the moves forward. That h4 pawn was hanging, by the way, to the black queen. Neither side seemed to spot it. But yeah, just so fast. It's all about the speed now.
Yeah, totally. And there we see that Jiner, she's gone on the offensive and she's got more time on the clock. How important is it? How critical is it? What is it worth in actual material terms?
Yeah, they do say a pawn is often worth a minute, but here there's no minute left for either side. Extra few seconds could be the difference between a big blunder, though, and finding a saving resource. So I'm going to say the fact that Jiner's got 10 extra seconds means she's likely to find a move like queen to c7. That's difficult, though, allowing a check from the black queen on e1. So she moves her king forward, but chance is gone. Jovanka, the d6 pawn is dropped.
Yeah, but there's a pin, and I'm expecting bishop to e7. The bishop falls.
Yeah, queens came off the board. Jiner miscalculated. She actually had a bit more time than Bibisara there, but falling apart once her d6 pawn dropped. Bibisara strikes. That was not good news for Jiner. She's seen a couple of one-move blunders, bishop blunders, just in the last couple of games alone. So she's going to be panicking slightly. But we see a switch up. No more e4, e5. It's a dragon. Is that going to lead to fire on the board, Jovanka?
Yes, it has to, because Jiner playing with the black pieces, she's in a kind of must-win scenario, because if she does not score here, Bibisara is going to be the one putting pressure. And look at that, knight to d5. And the one thing about the dragon is that a lot of the lines have been worked out to the hilt.
Yeah, so that's why actually these days it's not so popular at the top levels. Bishop takes d5 is a very odd decision. You nearly always want to take with a pawn. So Very surprising there from Bibisara, who's just got her bishop trapped. Wait, there was e6? E6, that white bishop couldn't have come back to b3 because of a4, couldn't have gone forward because of rook b8. Oh, missed opportunity. Zhu Jiner, she's blundered a couple of bishops. She also could have won her opponent's bishop there. Very surprising stuff. But yeah, I was going to say the dragon, you don't play it for a win nowadays with black because there's so many forced draw lines, but suddenly this one, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, and also h4, h5 is on the agenda. Also, opening up the h-lines potential. Look at this, David, is all gone crazy. Look at that. Gee, what do you do now? How do you continue the attack? And I love this move, actually, queen to f4. But the problem still does remain with this bishop. Where's it going to go? A4 is incoming.
Oh, I'm very shocked it went back that way. Like, look, reaction on the camera by Bibisara. Not sure why she was surprised there. A4 was such a straightforward continuation. Maybe bishop b7 throwing it the other way just to slow black down a bit was the way. But look at this double exclam move. It's because it's a sacrifice. Queen takes bishop, though, is met by queen takes c2 check, followed by a mate on the a file. So that was not a real sacrifice. And now it's just 2 pawns for the bishop. Zhu Jiner is about to make a comeback.
Yeah. Well, Bibisara, she's fighting hard. She wants to capture on b4, but the problem is the king. If only checkmate didn't end the game, then she'd be able to take on b4, but it does. And now look at this. It's just a piece.
Yeah. Classy decision as well from Zhu Jiner, not moving her b-pawn, saying, you can take me, but you'll have tripled pawns. Those are not advancing anytime soon. They'll advance far slower than 2 connected passes. Yeah, and whoa, giving up the b-pawn there, though. She thought it was a checkmate with rook to a1, but the king is coming. Maybe I spoke too soon.
Yeah. Well, it looks that way. Suddenly, everything is to play for because we have the rook snaking up the board. And now the white pawns are going to start marching b5 in the air. You can come in.
The white king is coming. Zhu Jiner's got so nervous these last few moves. It's visible now in her play. And understandably, this is such a difficult position to navigate. And I think the white king should have maybe made a run in there, but the white pawns still look menacing.
They're going to start advancing up the board, David. And there you see rook c8. Now the white king is going to march forward. And now b6.
b6 wins. Oh, okay, rook b2 there stopped it. King c3, though. Those pawns, as soon as they start marching, it's game over. Rook d1 check. I think Zhu Jiner's just playing for the draw here. She just needs to wait and hope that the white pawns can't push.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but just such a big miss there for Zhu. She'll be really upset by this one that she won a piece. And suddenly b7.
b7, you can't stop the pawn. It's a new queen. Zhu Jiner shakes her head. She's about to resign with a few seconds left. But catastrophe strikes again for Zhu Jiner. She was a whole piece up in this one, but failing to convert and going down. 2 points now separates the players. Bibisara, miracle maker.
Absolute Houdini-like escape there. Absolutely unbelievable. And there we're seeing it's a knight off again. We'll see whether Bibisara goes for that same knight c6 approach. She does. And let's see whether Zhu Jiner will be able to make that much needed comeback. Just 7 minutes of the match needed remaining.
It's going to be difficult now. She needs to win this one, Zhu Jiner. She cannot afford to lose. That is for sure. She needs this game to be over quite quickly as well. If she wins it, she can win it within the next 6 minutes. But a draw, she needs to get that one done. A loss unthinkable. She's shaking her head, which is the main worry for me, Jovanka. She looks kind of focused on the past. And that's not a good sign. You need to live in the present here. Still a chance. It's still alive, this match.
Yeah, but that last loss was so painful. I mean, we're talking about the kind of loss that will really tilt you because you're like, it was a piece up for nothing. And yet you just ruined it and you even managed to turn it from a draw into a loss. So it's going to require nerves of steel, like this mental toughness to actually turn this game around and just get that much needed win.
Yeah, this does look quite promising, though, especially these last few moves. The white pawns are marching forward. b5 is in the air. And at least she has a plan here, Zhu Jiner, bishop pair as well. But Okay, she's dropped the b4 pawn. And is there going to be a shake of the head? The camera's going to tell us a lot right now. c5, she's acting as if nothing happened, but that's an important pawn that she's just lost off the board.
Yeah, it was the pawn that was going to try to advance up and dislodge the knight, and now maybe she has some compensation because she has the bishop pair, but it's just talking about compensation here.
Yeah, the black rook not getting active, that is the main problem for Bibisara, but the pawns are coming 4 versus 3 on that king side. Zhu Jiner is totally blocked. Her dark square bishop just cannot move unless she trades. And I think this was a good practical decision. Okay, now bishop d5 is going to lock that d file. Yeah, this one is one-way traffic. Bibisara should be tactical here, Jovanka. She should sit on this position, even get the rooks off, and just play it out for the rest. She can even burn the remaining 4 minutes off the clock in this game alone, I think.
I completely agree. That is a fantastic strategy because the position is completely locked down and she can literally use 50 moves playing this one out. And that's going to burn how many minutes? 2 minutes?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Another 50 moves. That's 100 seconds in total, 1 second each per player. Why would you play g5? That is bizarre. She should have played h5, Bibisara, locked down that flank, put the rook on b7, and then just waited for 50 moves. And then there would have only been 1 game left, most likely, and she's 2 points up in the match. Suddenly, Zhu Jiner, probably still just a dead draw, but she could get this one done very quickly. Maybe 2 games if she's lucky, if she gets a quick mate in the next one.
Well, maybe she can do the same here. Just don't repeat. Now you can move the king. Nope.
Wow. Bibisara should really have spent 50 moves there. If she loses this next one, Bibisara, and we have a 1-game match, Zhu Jiner still with a chance, that was her chance to just end it there and then. She could have played on for 50 moves, put the bishop on different squares, put the king on different squares. Oof. I know we're talking about gamesmanship and some slightly questionable dark arts of chess, but I think that's what Hikaru and some of the others might have done, those blitz specialists, the speed chess demons. But in the meantime, another Sicilian dragon.
Another Sicilian dragon, and one that is certainly we've seen before. Now the queen goes to c7, right? And you don't take that rook because, from what I remember, it's very, very dangerous because of bishop to f5.
Yeah, bishop f5 threatens checkmate, and if you took the rook on a8, your queen would also be hit. So that would be a big blunder. Zhu Jiner did take 6 seconds for queen c7, which is slightly surprising. Queen c5 now. There is a line where white plays like queen b5 and tries to force a draw. Was it? Yeah, queen a3, I think, is the main line instead. But yeah, white is a pawn up, but black has lots of open lines for the pieces. This is good news for Zhu Jiner, Jovanka, if she can land an early checkmate.
Yeah, but the question is, she has to land an early checkmate because she's trailing by 2 points, and there are just under 2.5 minutes of the match remaining.
She needs to pre-move everything, I think. It's at some point, Bibisara might just be playing to get those last 2 minutes off the clock, and then it's just match over. So bishop e6, already a mistake. Maybe rook c8 was a better chance, but black queen now getting kicked around. Maybe she can't keep the queens on the board. Maybe that's the issue.
Mm-hmm. And I'm also wondering if you can just go bishop to d4. Where's the checkmate? Okay, so this is a fight against bishop to d4 because then no, but you can still do it because the queen steps back to b2 if a queen arrives on c3.
White queen will cover the dark squares. Zhu Jiner, she's playing too slowly as well. She needs to win this game and fast. She's down to just around 10 seconds. I think she's feeling the nerves, feeling the moment now. Desperation. F5 is a bad sign, opening up the black king. And bishop to b2, white is super safe. Jovanka, I think we're going to see a winner in this next game now, or in this game of this round of 16 match.
Yeah, I think so as well. As there we see Bibisara wins, and now just over 1 minute of the match remaining, and Bibisara's lead is insurmountable. And for Zhu Jiner, it was all about that one game where she was a piece up and she lost it. And somehow she could not recover from that loss.
Yeah, that was heartbreaking. We saw it in her face. She was still thinking about it the next game. Instead of being level on the scoreboard, she was suddenly found herself 2 points down. that was where it all turned. And that's the narrow margins, Ivanka. These two are so well matched, so well pitted against each other. But yeah, chess is cruel. Chess is brutal. And maybe that's where the kind of the long day she's had with the Turkish league as well finally caught up with her.
Yeah. And I mean, because it's been such a tense, such an exciting match, until the bullet portion, it was just too close to call. And I would say the first 2 games were absolutely fine, but then that big moment happened, and it's a heartbreaking loss, as you say, and it's very, very difficult to get over. But there's still 1 game remaining. So this will be the last game. So you might as well try and end on a high.
And I'm just looking at the top left of our screens, everyone. It ticks down to 0, the match clock. That means this is officially the last game. Bibisara has won the match, but still some prize money to play for in terms of the ratio of the split. And yeah, of course, some pride at stake as well. Zhu Jiner will want to end on a high. And okay, very interesting Sicilian position. It looks like the central tension is about to reach boiling point. There we go. Some trades are imminent at the very end. White has a very strong bishop on b6, so I think small advantage, at least in practical terms, unless black can force the issue. And here we go.
Yeah, here we go. And now the knight has been forced to sound the retreat, so you do have to capture the bishop. And now the knight can just step back. Oh, even come forward. I wasn't sure about that one because it did feel like the knight could end up in no man's land. But it turns out everything is okay.
Wow, and look at this. White has to play rook c1, agreeing to sacrifice the knight on b3 because there was some counterplay with queen takes b7, and White would have got a bunch of pawns. The black knight on c2 would have been trapped. Instead, she finds herself the exchange down. Zhu Jiner, she's about to lose this game as well. It's been quite a fall for her. She's about to lose this match by 4 points when it was so close for 90% of all of the games.
Yeah, it was definitely a case of many missed opportunities. Jiner will definitely be thinking about all of those moments that could have been. But in the end, Bibisara throughout has been absolutely marvelous. And you kind of called it at the beginning, David, where you mentioned that Bibisara had to be the favorite because she's been a 2-time former Blitz World Champion. She's risen up to those big moments. She's been able to withstand the nerves. And that's actually what we've seen here. And now, oops.
There was a chance for black to go for checkmate. Suddenly black has blundered queen a2, and we're going to see smothered mate potentially end this game. We're going to see the game play out. No! Oh, heartbreak. Zhu Jiner flags in a totally winning position. Just to show knight to f7 there would have ended this game with a smothered checkmate. But there we go. Telling the tale there. The clock decides it. Bibisara wins the match.
Yeah, an unfortunate end. It also kind of sums up exactly the story of what it was like for Zhu Jiner in the bullet portion. Things just did not go her way. She could have delivered checkmate there. The clock was like, nope, I'm going to fall and you're going to lose instead. She was a piece up. She could have equalized, and instead she lost, and suddenly she found herself trailing by 2 points. But overall, I mean, what an incredible match. It was so close for so long, and in the end, it all came down to nerves.
Exactly. Nerves. They are such an important part of speed chess. And yeah, congratulations to Bibisara, though, holding her nerve, most importantly, taking her chances when they came, and the resilience of fighting back a bishop down in that key encounter when it could have gone either way. That was what decided it in her favor. Bibisara on a hot streak and a speed specialist. She's going to fancy her chances in the rest of this event.
Yes, and because in the quarterfinals she'll be facing Wenjun. But we're going to go on a short break, and when we return, we are going to be talking to Bibisara herself. So stay tuned.
I'm literally just a few minutes away from boarding my plane to the US. This is going to be the start of my chess journey. Look at this! The skyline of New York. Hello, nice to meet you.
We have an 8-year-old who's #1 in the country.
I I lost both games to these 8 and 12-year-old kids. I'm gonna play against a prodigy kid. You're a comedian, right?
Yeah.
That's really cool.
No one's perfect.
Keep spreading the world and the knowledge. That's my take on this.
Charlotte has one of the best chess centers in all of the US. I am playing against Dina Belinkaya. Honestly, this feels like a world championship match. First 4th of July. One and only Levy. Hello.
Hey, Anna, good to see you. Good to see you.
Good to see you. How are you doing? It's been a long time. If you're a chess player, this is the place you have to go to. Hello! Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, one of the best chess players in the world. This is Jasser Sarawan. He is an absolute legend in the chess world. We are right now in Utah. I am right now standing just a few meters away from the headquarters of Chess.com.
Good luck, everybody.
This is my mom's first time in Los Angeles. I just met Andrea!
Hello, vlog! And Alex. And Alex.
You completely just ruined my entire stream.
Here's the beach, Mom.
Oh, there's the beach. Oh, it's huge.
We have brought a board and we're gonna play chess here at the Santa Monica Pier. This trip has been probably the best thing I've ever done in my life.
It's your time to shine. The Chess.com Community Championships are open to anyone, whether you're a grandmaster or just starting out on your chess journey. Each month, Chess.com offers one community championship. From Bauhaus to Hyperbullet, you can always find a fun and exciting variant to enjoy with your fellow chess fans. So mark your calendars because on August 14 and 15, we will have a Spell Chess. Spell Chess is a variant where players can cast spells in addition to making regular moves. There are two types of spells: Freeze, which temporarily stops pieces from moving, and Jump, which lets a piece leap to almost any square. And did we mention the cash prizes? The Spell Chess Championship has a $2,500 prize. All you have to do to play is join the community club, watch for the announcement each month, and join any of the 8 qualifying arenas. We'll see you there at the next Chess.com Community Championship.
And we are back here with Bibisara Assaubayeva. Bibisara, congratulations. For a while, it looked like it was going to be super close, but then you clinched it in the bullet. How are you feeling?
Hello, thank you. I'm feeling good because I don't remember my last online serious tournament. Expect title Tuesday, so I was happy to play here, and I was a little bit surprised that in the first match I will have very tough opponent. The match was equal, but I think in a lot of games I have advantage. And okay, I start terrible, 0 out of 2, but then somehow I fixed it. And in the bullet, I think maybe she have some problem with internet, but also she blundered a lot.
Yeah, many congratulations, Bibisara, first of all. But where did you find the critical moment? Do you think there was a key turning point where you suddenly became confident that you would take the win?
I think it was last game on the 3+1 time control, because in previous I just blundered the rook, rook e8, knight b5, and in the next game she played something interesting, c5, b takes c5, f4, and I was just unhappy that and then I saw b4, and I think in the blitz it's much easier to play with white. And after this game and before the bullet, I I thought that I will win the match. I don't know why, just have this feeling.
Yeah, Bibisara, you mentioned that you started off the match losing 2 games, and also, you had to play this last game in 3+1 where you just blundered. My question is to you, how did you manage to recover from those moments? What did you tell yourself?
I remember the words that my friend told me before the match. He said, "Just enjoy the process. If you lose, okay, it doesn't matter. If you won, it will be great. So just enjoy." And after losing 2 games, I said, "Okay, now I start not good, but then I just try to play solid, and it helped me a lot."
And talking of enjoying the process, Bibisara, of course, you played in Vegas recently. You also played in Grenka earlier this year, competing against some of the top players in the world. How do you feel that kind of whole experience has kind of boosted your chess recently? Do you think it helped you today?
Maybe, I'm not sure, but okay, after Vegas, I realized how strong the top 20 men players. So I just, I don't know why, but I feel relaxed that I should just improve myself and shouldn't stop thinking about everything, because, okay, they're much better, and I hope that I will become stronger, and maybe next time I will show better results.
And you mentioned Bibisara about wanting to be stronger. Can you tell us a little bit about what your preparation was like for this event?
After Vegas, I have camp and vacation with my family, so I not prepare much for the tournament, because recently, maybe last few years, I stopped playing a lot on Chess.com, focus on the classical chess. And before this match last 2 or 3 days, I just play few games on the beats. And today, I realized that I need to prepare something in the opening. And when we have few breaks, I also check some openings. That's all. And I think it helped me in the bullet with black, because she played knight f bishop e2 in every game, and I just check with computer that I can play knight c6, and it's normal position and easy to play for the black. So, but I think we have very strange games in the Spanish opening, because a lot of times I have terrible position from the opening, but it's okay.
And Bibisara, this victory has got you through to the quarterfinals, where you'll be playing a very strong opponent, Wenjun. How do you evaluate that match going?
I think with her over the board 1 game, and I won. It was last year in the World Team Chess Champion. But also, I think I played with her during the pandemic on the Chess.com Speed Woman, and I lose this match 3.5 against 7.5, maybe. I hope this match will end with another result. I just super excited, and it's very interesting.
Yeah. And we have some questions from our chat. And the first one is from Roly-Poly-Vol. Says, would you have played out the smothered mate?
Sorry, I don't understand.
So in the end, in your game against Jiner, there was a smothered mate. So she was just about to make a mate. Would you have played it out to the finish?
I have completely winning position, and then I do some few terrible moves. And I think after knight f7 I will just resign, but for some reason she lost by time, I think. And I was shocked, but I will not play until stalemate. Until mate.
Fair enough. Not all of us would be willing to endure that sight on the board.
Queen e2 was heartbreaking move.
So, and we have another question. This one from SLK Chess, Slick Chess. I'm going to call our viewer. How do you deal with tilt, Bibisara?
I don't know, but in this match I don't have any tilt. I recover fast, and I have good strategy after 2 lose in a row in the beginning. But sometimes it's really hard when you lose all games. It was happened in Vegas, just you come, resign, and it was, I don't know, I still to become better every time.
Mm-hmm. Well, congratulations, Bibisara, once more on qualifying to the quarterfinals, and we're going to wish you the best of luck in your match against Wenjun. And I know it's probably quite late, so get some rest.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
And there we have it. We have our 8 quarterfinalists, and as we can see, we are promised some incredible matches. And first up is like Wenjun against Bibisara Assaubayeva, and then we also see Paulina against Alice Lee. Oh my goodness me, David! I mean, these are just absolutely insane. Again, I've been saying this so often that I'm a bit ashamed, but I do feel that this is actually looking like they're too close to call.
Exactly. We've literally pulled out all the stops here to provide viewers with the best matches possible, and yeah, these are simply 8 of the best women players out there right now, maybe throughout history, and yeah, they're providing some real entertainment. I've got to say, Wenjun against Bibisara, I think that is going to be fire on the board. Hou Yifan against Divya, especially after Divya's hot streak recently, her performance earlier today. That one is going to be a real challenge for Hou Yifan. And meanwhile, Lagno, Kostenyuk, 2 legends of the game, and Polina Shuvalova against Alice Lee, 2 dark horses, but they can do damage. I can't wait. It's going to be action-packed.
Absolutely. I mean, I was just looking at it. We have a world champion. We have 2 former world champions. We also have lots of former world blitz champions. We also have a World Cup winner. I mean, you name it, we've got it. What an insane quarterfinal we have in store for you. But David, I just wanted to say thank you so much for your Grandmaster, I was going to say actually Super Grandmaster insights. I mean, so instructive. It's been so much fun calling all the action alongside you. And I'd like to thank everyone at home for joining in the ride and cheering on your players. It's been tremendous fun. And that's it for us, because on Wednesday, we are going to come back and we are going to commentate all of the amazing action that is going to be the quarterfinals. So you don't want to be missing that. See you then.